Hey there! Tonight, instead of following heroes across storm-tossed seas or listening to the clashing roar of distant battles, we're settling into something far quieter. The life that comes after the legend's end. When Odysseus finally reached the shores of Ithaca, weary from wandering and changed by years of hardship, his story didn't fade into silence. It simply shifted into a different rhythm. Slower, heavier, and strangely more human. You'll walk beside him through the calm after the chaos, the uneasy homecoming, the rebuilding of trust, the mending of kingdoms and families alike. If journeys like this help you unwind, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it genuinely brings you peace. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. There's something quietly comforting in seeing who else is drifting off to the same soft story. So dim the lights, let the room settle, and let's begin. On the quiet shores where a tired king finally returns home. You would think that when a great war finally ends, the atmosphere would be jubilant. Men cheering, armour clattering in celebration. Perhaps someone trying to play a flute they absolutely cannot play. But the end of the boring Greek myths for sleep. The entire story of Odysseus, after the war conflict, was nothing like that. It was quieter. Strangely quiet, in fact. Like the moment after a thunderstorm when everything holds its breath, waiting for the next decision to be made. Odysseus stood among the ruins of Troy, not with a hero's grin, but with the look of a man who had paid a bill far larger than expected. He had been the clever one, the strategist, the man behind the wooden horse that would later become one of the most famous stories in world mythology. But cleverness is expensive. Unlike brute strength, which tends to leave one tired but satisfied, cleverness often comes with a sort of existential headache. And Odysseus had a particularly persistent one. For 10 years he had fought a war he never actually wanted. That's something people forget. Odysseus tried very hard not to go in the first place. He famously pretended to be mad, ploughing up the beach and sowing salt instead of grain, until the Greek recruiters placed his infant son in front of the plough, at which point the devoted father instinct kicked in, and he swerved sharply, revealing that, unfortunately, he was perfectly sane, and so off to war he went. Now, with Troy smouldering behind him and the Greek forces preparing to scatter in different directions across the Aegean, he was finally ready to go home. At least, that was the plan. Plans in Greek mythology, however, have a success rate of roughly 0%, especially when the gods are watching. Still, Odysseus gathered his men, his ships, and his resolve. They walked with the heavy steps of those who had spent a decade sleeping in makeshift camps, eating hard bread, and listening to Achilles complain about Agamemnon. Historically, we know the Greek encampment was likely a rough, sprawling collection of tents and huts, not the glamorous bronze-sheathed military installations poets sometimes exaggerate. Imagine 10 years of that. No wonder everyone wanted to go home. Odysseus's men were experienced sailors, or at least experienced in the sense that they had been on boats often enough to recognize when a storm was about to make their lives miserable. Bronze Age ships were not the stable vessels we imagine today. They were long, narrow, and propelled mostly by manpower. The moment the wind decided to be dramatic, the boat became dramatic as well. As preparations began for departure, The men murmured with a mixture of relief and anxiety. Home was a comforting thought, but distant. Their kingdom of Ithaca lay far to the west, beyond islands where unknown tribes lived, past straits that could turn deadly, and across waters notorious for sudden storms. The Greeks of that era believed the sea itself was alive, which in a way is quite sensible. Anyone who has watched a wave suddenly change direction without explanation would find it difficult not to imagine a personality behind it. Odysseus stood by the stern of his ship, gazing out at the horizon. The war was over. Now came the challenge of rediscovering normal life. How does one go home after so long? How does one greet a wife who has been waiting for a decade? How does one reconnect with a son who was a baby when you last held him? These weren't battles of spear and sword, but the quieter, more mysterious battles of the heart. The ancient Greeks were painfully aware of this difficulty. Their stories are filled with heroes who return to find that home doesn't fit quite right anymore. Some found new troubles waiting. Some found betrayal. Some found peace, though that was admittedly rare. Greek storytellers were not fond of giving characters unproblematic endings. Peace does not sell papyrus scrolls, as it were. The preparations for departure continued, with men carrying jars of water, bundles of cloth, sacks of dried grain, and coils of rope onto the wooden decks. They checked the oars for cracks. If just one snapped during a sudden turn, the entire ship could spin like a startled fish. The rigging was tightened, though sails were mostly auxiliary in that era. What really moved the ship was the steady rhythm of dozens of oars dipping into the water in perfect time, or depending on morale, imperfect time with occasional grumbling. The Greek commanders dispersed one by one. Menelaus, still fuming about Helen's enthusiasm for causing international incidents, was preparing to sail as well. Agamemnon brooded over the victory he had won at such cost, particularly the cost to his own reputation, thanks to various personal decisions that were, shall we say, less than ideal. But these details belong to other stories. For Odysseus, the moment of departure felt almost sacred. He walked the length of the ship, checking every detail as though inspecting a complicated puzzle. He had always been meticulous, a trait that made him an excellent strategist, but also someone who could not leave even the smallest rope untied. He paused by the bow, placing a hand on the carved wooden figurehead, a stylized prow that represented the ship's guardian spirit. Sailors of the time believed their ships had personalities. Some were loyal, some troublesome. Some groaned like old men even when the sea was calm, though this may simply have been the sound of poorly maintained timber. As he stood there, the air shifted. A soft breeze swept over the beach, carrying the scent of salt and distant lands. It should have been a good omen. Yet Odysseus had lived long enough to know that good omens often served merely as decorative preludes to impending chaos. The gods loved drama, and Odysseus, for reasons beyond his comprehension, seemed to be a favourite target. The curious part about Greek mythology is that heroes are both admired and tormented in equal measure. If you distinguished yourself too much, the gods grew suspicious. If you accomplished something clever, they might applaud, or punish you for making them feel upstaged. It was, in many ways, a no-win situation. For Odysseus, whose entire reputation rested on being dangerously clever, the divine annoyance was almost guaranteed. Still, he said nothing of this to his men, They were tired. They deserved hope. So he lifted his voice and called out commands, easing the atmosphere with confidence. The men responded, pushing the ship slowly toward the water. The vessel creaked as it entered the shallows, the surf sliding beneath the hull. One by one, the sailors climbed aboard. The oars were fitted into their foals, ready to dip into the sea. The mast stood tall, the sail furled neatly like a sleeping bird's wing. Odysseus was the last to step aboard. He took a final look at the city behind him. Troy, the proud stronghold that had dominated stories for generations. Its walls, once thought indestructible, were now blackened and broken. A reminder of how even the greatest things can fall, especially when a wooden horse is involved. He turned away. Ithaca waited somewhere beyond the horizon, quiet and persistent. It had waited for 10 years. It could wait a little longer. He raised his hand and gave the signal. The oars descended. The sea accepted them. And so, in the gentle early light of a new day, Odysseus began the long voyage home, unaware that the gods had already begun discussing ways to complicate it. If the first few hours of a voyage go well, most sailors begin to relax. They loosen their shoulders, adjust their cloaks, and allow themselves to feel the fragile optimism that perhaps, the sea will behave today. Odysseus's men certainly felt this. The coastline drifted behind them, the oars rose and fell in steady rhythm, and even the gulls seemed to approve of the expedition. For a moment, it almost looked as if the homeward journey might be simple, which, of course, meant it absolutely would not be. The Greek world of Odysseus's time had a deeply personal relationship with the winds. They were not abstract meteorological forces, but living personalities ruled by gods and spirits. In the Bronze Age Aegean, where ships depended almost entirely on the whims of nature, weather wasn't just a background feature. It was the theatre director. No matter how well built your vessel, if a god decided to knock over your plans, you were going to spend the next several days being tossed about like laundry. As the fleet pulled farther from Troy, the first hints of trouble arrived quietly. A small shift in the air, a faint whistle across the rigging, the sort of subtle disturbance that makes experienced sailors exchange meaningful glances. Odysseus noticed it as well. He always did. He was, after all, a man who could detect danger the way a musician hears a wrong note. The wind turned unfriendly. Not violent, not yet, but disobedient. Instead of carrying them toward home, it pushed them sideways, nudging the ships off their intended route. In ancient Greek thought, winds that changed direction without warning were usually interpreted as signs of divine annoyance, and the gods had quite a list of annoyances to choose from. Odysseus had blinded a cyclops, insulted at least 2 deities indirectly, and been generally too clever for his own good. The sea itself, governed by Poseidon, had reason to be irritated with him, and Poseidon was not known for his patience. He had a long memory and a short temper, an unfortunate combination when one's entire journey required not drowning. As the breeze stiffened, Odysseus ordered adjustments to the sail. His men complied, though some muttered anxiously under their breath. Ancient sailors were as superstitious as they were practical. A sudden wind shift could indicate a specific deity's displeasure, and sailors often tried to determine which god they had upset before the next wave arrived. They whispered small prayers, invoked household deities, and made promises they had absolutely no intention of keeping once they reached dry land. The Bronze Age Greeks believed each wind had its own personality. Boreas, the north wind, was fierce and icy, the sort of wind that might push a ship backward out of sheer spite. Notus, the south wind, was heavy and often storm-laden. Zephyrus, the west wind, was gentler, though even he could become unreasonable if provoked. And then there was Eurus, the east wind, whose reputation was about as trustworthy as a politician promising low taxes. In epic storytelling, the gods rarely acted subtly. Yet the early trouble Odysseus faced felt understated, more like a warning nudge than outright sabotage. The wind grew stronger, turning the sea choppy. The oars dipped unevenly as waves slapped against the hull. The men braced themselves as the deck tilted, and Odysseus watched the horizon with a calmness that was either inspiring or mildly concerning. He tried to reason through it. Perhaps the wind was simply the wind. Perhaps no divine punishment was involved at all. But this was unlikely. In Greek myth, natural events rarely existed without supernatural explanation. When something went wrong, it was almost always because a god felt unappreciated, offended, or simply bored. A hero's journey was essentially a long list of divine interruptions, each more inconvenient than the last. Historically, sailors of this period would have relied on coastal navigation, keeping land in sight whenever possible. Open sea voyages were dangerous and generally avoided, but the winds now pushed the Greek ships outward into deeper waters. The comforting sight of land began to shrink behind them. The sea darkened slightly, as if to remind them that the Mediterranean, while beautiful, had absolutely no intention of being predictable. The men rowed harder, hoping to counter the push of the wind. Muscles burned, sweat dripped, and the rhythmic grunts of effort filled the air. Odysseus walked the length of the ship, offering encouragement in that understated, "everything is fine, even though absolutely nothing is fine," sort of voice leaders often use in crises. He could read the sky with the skill of a man who had spent half his life navigating it, and he knew what the signs meant. The clouds thickened. The wind shifted again, sharper now, wilder. It was no longer the mischief of a bored breeze, but the deliberate shove of a force that had decided to escalate the matter. Odysseus steadied himself as a stronger gust rattled the mast. Several sailors exchanged glances that said, quite clearly, "This is divine interference, isn't it?" It was. But here is where the story becomes especially interesting. Ancient Greeks believed that divine punishment didn't always come as a lightning bolt or a raging monster. Sometimes it arrived slowly, inconveniently, like a series of annoyances piling up until the hero physically could not ignore them. This particular shift in the winds would become one of the defining elements of Odysseus's long journey. It wasn't a single calamity, but the beginning of a pattern, a corridor of trouble, if you will, lined with deities who all had opinions. And so the fleet was blown off course, not destroyed. The gods were not aiming to kill Odysseus outright. Poseidon, in particular, preferred the slow burn approach to revenge. A quick demise would have been dull. Far better to scatter Odysseus across islands he'd never planned to visit, force him into uncomfortable encounters, and generally make him late for absolutely everything. The Greeks believed that fate often unfolded through the smallest of details. A misplaced gust of wind here, a careless boast there, and suddenly a hero's entire life path shifted. For Odysseus, this first detour became the subtle hinge upon which the rest of his story would turn. Had the wind been kind, he might have reached Ithaca in a matter of weeks. Instead, he would now begin a wandering that shaped him into the most resilient traveller of the ancient world. The men, however, did not know this. To them, it was simply another example of the sea behaving badly. They rowed and adjusted, and rowed some more, the ship rolling under them like a stubborn mule refusing to walk in a straight line. Some whispered to Athena, others muttered to Poseidon, though this was unwise. One sailor even blamed the rigging, insisting it had an attitude problem. Odysseus alone kept his thoughts quiet. He understood too well that this was not mere weather. He thought briefly of home, of Penelope at her loom, of Telemachus growing taller without him, of the quiet hills of Ithaca, where goats climbed stones for no sensible reason. The longing tightened in his chest, but he pushed it aside. Longing was unhelpful when the sea was currently attempting to throw the ship off course, like an annoyed toddler tossing a toy. By late afternoon, the fleet had drifted far from their intended path. The coastline they had hoped to follow was gone. All around them, open water, heaving and restless. The wind did not relent. It pressed on the sails as if determined to escort them somewhere very specific, somewhere they had not chosen. Odysseus gave the order to lower the sail and rely solely on the oars. It was a sensible decision, historically accurate, and also the nautical equivalent of asking everyone to work twice as hard without complaining. To their credit, the men obeyed. The sea sprayed them with salt that stung their skin, and the wind roared past their ears, but they kept rowing. As night approached, the light faded into a soft, uncertain blue. The wind carried on with what could only be described as divine enthusiasm. The ship drifted farther into the unknown, away from home, away from certainty. And yet, despite the chaos, despite the threat of further complications, Odysseus remained steady. He had, after all, been through worse. And the gods, for all their theatrics, were predictable in their unpredictability. The winds had gone wrong. The voyage was no longer simple. And though he did not yet know it, this was only the beginning. There are many dangers one expects to encounter during a long voyage. Storms, sea monsters, and perhaps a crewmate who snores loudly enough to frighten birds out of nearby trees. What Odysseus did not expect, however, was a danger so peaceful, so deceptively pleasant, that it hardly seemed like a danger at all. Yet in the world of Greek myth, even comfort can be treacherous, especially when it tastes sweet. After days of wrestling with the unruly winds that had blown the fleet off course, Odysseus and his men were exhausted. Their arms ached from rowing, their throats were parched, and morale was hovering at that delicate stage between mildly irritated and considering mutiny for the sake of a nap. When at last the coastline of a strange island came into view, shimmering in the sunlight like a warm welcome, they felt the kind of relief one feels upon discovering that a journey's end may include fresh water and the possibility of not rowing. The island looked harmless enough. Gentle slopes, soft breezes, a shoreline that did not appear to have anything sharp waiting to leap out. All good signs. In the Bronze Age Mediterranean, uninhabited or friendly islands were vital for survival. They offered fresh water, food, and a chance to repair ships or spirits. So, with a level of weariness that left little room for suspicion, Odysseus ordered a small group of men to go ashore and investigate. Historically, exploration parties in this era were cautious by necessity. New islands could be home to wild animals, unfriendly inhabitants, or environmental hazards. But what the search party found was, surprisingly, delightful. A group of gentle-looking people approached them, the Lotus Eaters. They were calm, soft-spoken, and had none of the usual "let's kill the visitors" energy that Odysseus's crew had come to expect from mythological encounters. The Lotus Eaters welcomed the Greeks with quiet hospitality and offered them something to eat, the lotus fruit. Here is where myth and history blend in intriguing ways. The lotus described in ancient sources was likely not the Egyptian lotus, which is a water plant. More likely, it was a type of fruit-filled plant native to North Africa, or certain Mediterranean islands. Perhaps jujube or date-like in sweetness. Greek writers often exaggerated the effects of foreign plants, turning mildly relaxing herbs into mind-altering substances with the power to reshape one's destiny. In other words, a bit of poetic license sprinkled on top of botany. The men accepted the fruit. They were hungry, after all, and hospitality was a sacred tradition in the ancient world. But the moment they tasted it, their minds softened like wax warmed by the sun. Their exhaustion melted away. Their anxieties drifted into nothingness. And then, most unsettling of all, they forgot their desire to return home. The Greeks feared very few things more than forgetfulness. Memory, mnemosyne, was sacred. The goddess Mnemosyne herself was the mother of the Muses, those divine embodiments of poetry, history, and art. To forget one's home, one's purpose, or one's identity was a kind of spiritual death. It meant losing the thread of one's story, dissolving the connection between past and present. So, when Odysseus's men did not return, he grew suspicious. He waited a while, perhaps hoping they were simply filling their water skins or sampling the local cuisine. But eventually, concern overcame patience, and he led a small search party ashore to find them. What he found was both infuriating and heartbreaking. His men sat in a dreamy haze beneath the shade of a tree, blissful and entirely uninterested in the concept of returning to the ship. They smiled vaguely, waved at Odysseus as if he were interrupting a picnic, and offered him lotus as well. Their eyes had that distant, unfocused gaze familiar to anyone who has seen someone drift into a daydream so deep they no longer notice the world around them. Odysseus, who was resistant to precisely this sort of nonsense, realized instantly what had happened. The lotus had numbed their memories, especially their longing for home. And longing, in Greek culture, was not merely a feeling. It was a compass. Without it, the entire journey collapsed. He knelt beside them, speaking calmly but firmly. "Come now," he said. "The ship is waiting." But the men shook their heads. Why should they row and struggle and strain again when they could stay here and enjoy the peaceful sweetness of the lotus? Why continue a dangerous voyage when this island offered a gentle paradise? Here, it is tempting to judge them. But consider their circumstances. 10 years of war, tormenting winds, sleepless nights, aching limbs, uncertainty at every turn. The lotus did not tempt them with power or wealth. It tempted them with rest. Even Odysseus felt the tug of it, the seductive promise of letting go. But he was not a man who surrendered easily, especially not to comfort. Ironically, that made him the ideal traveller for a very inconvenient life. There is a deeper historical resonance in this story. Many ancient cultures told tales of enchanted foods or drinks that took away memory or purpose. These stories often served as warnings. Do not forget your home, your duty, your identity. In societies where oral tradition was everything, memory was not just personal, it was cultural survival. And so Odysseus did what leaders must sometimes do. He made an unpopular decision. He gathered his affected men, lifted them bodily onto his shoulders if necessary, and dragged them back to the beach. Some protested half-heartedly. Some simply smiled, too lost in the lotus's haze to care. But Odysseus was firm. He tied them to the benches on the ship so they could not escape. A strategy that might sound extreme, but was arguably better than leaving several crewmates behind to live permanently on a flower-rich island without even constructing a halfway decent hut. When everyone was aboard, he gave the order. The ship pushed off from the shore, the oars dipping as the sailors who were still rational began rowing. Behind them, the island faded into the distance, its peaceful slopes glowing softly in the sunlight as if to say, "You could have stayed, you know," in the voice of a very persuasive mattress. The lotus's effects faded slowly, and as the men regained their senses, embarrassment mingled with relief. Their memories returned. Their homes, their families, the smell of Ithaca's hills. Penelope's steady patience, the bleating of goats who seemed to believe they owned the island. That longing, sharp and necessary, came rushing back. Odysseus did not scold them. He simply reminded them, gently, that the road home would not be easy. Temptation seldom arrives as danger. More often it comes disguised as rest. In myth, forgetting one's purpose is one of the deepest threats a hero can face. Not death, not monsters, forgetting. The sea widened in front of them. The horizon shimmered again with possibility. Odysseus stood at the stern, watching the island shrink into a memory, a reminder that the greatest challenges were not always violent storms or divine punishments, but internal struggles. The men rowed on, quiet but resolute. Their hearts had remembered their homes. And with that, the journey continued. Onward to new islands, new dangers, and new reminders that the gods, it seems, had only just begun. In every long journey, there are moments when one realizes that things are about to become far more complicated than previously hoped. For Odysseus, that moment came when he spotted an island that looked entirely too peaceful for its own good. It had the charming appearance of a place where shepherds might lazily nap under olive trees. In the Bronze Age Mediterranean, this usually meant one of two things. Either the island was genuinely inhabited by friendly herders, or something very large lived there and ate the herders. Naturally, Odysseus decided to investigate. The Greeks had a curious habit of investigating things that, by all reasonable judgment, should have been avoided. But exploration was part of their nature. The unknown was both alluring and terrifying, and this blend created the perfect recipe for epic storytelling. So, thinking it wise to replenish supplies, Odysseus took a group of his men and rowed toward the island's quiet shore. As they approached, they noticed something peculiar. There were sheep and goats roaming freely, grazing without a hint of anxiety. Animals, unlike humans, tend to have a reliable sense of danger. If they're calm, one might assume the place is safe. Unless, of course, the danger is so enormous that the animals have simply accepted their fate, which is a cheerful thought best avoided before lunchtime. On landing, the men found a series of well-worn paths, presumably made by shepherds returning to and from pasture. They also noticed enormous footprints, a detail the men chose not to address immediately, possibly out of denial. After all, no one wants to begin a supply run by contemplating the size of the creature that made such impressions in the soil. Still, Odysseus, guided by equal parts curiosity and that softly reckless bravery that makes a hero, led his men inland. They soon discovered a massive cave. It was not merely large, it was colossal. The sort of space that could comfortably house an entire village, or one extremely oversized inhabitant. Inside, they found neatly stored cheeses, milk, and pens for sheep and goats. This was encouraging. Everything looked orderly, almost domestic. Perhaps, Odysseus thought, they would simply meet a kindly shepherd of unusual proportions. Perhaps he would share food in exchange for stories of the wider world. After all, Greek hospitality, xenia, was a sacred law. Even strangers with a questionable shoe size were expected to treat guests with respect. The men settled in, sampling some of the cheeses and taking cautious sips of the milk. It was a cosy scene, if one ignored the underlying possibility of imminent doom. They waited for the shepherd to return, and return he did. Polyphemus, the Cyclops. If you have ever wondered why the Greeks imagined enormous one-eyed beings wandering the earth, part of the answer lies in ancient natural history. Early Mediterranean people often stumbled upon the fossilized skulls of dwarf elephants. These skulls have a large central cavity where the trunk once attached, a cavity that, to an imaginative observer, looks remarkably like the eye socket of a giant humanoid. Given the Greeks' enthusiasm for storytelling, the conclusion was inevitable: giants with one eye. Polyphemus was larger than any man, broad-shouldered and immensely strong. His single eye, placed in the centre of his forehead, surveyed the cave with calm indifference. To the Greeks, anything outside their cultural norms was often cast as the other, different, foreign, dangerous. Cyclopes were portrayed as lacking the social graces of civilized people, living alone rather than in communities, ignoring the laws of hospitality, and possessing brute force rather than reason. When Polyphemus spotted the intruders, he did not respond with the warmth one hopes for from a host. Instead, he rolled an enormous boulder across the entrance of the cave, sealing everyone inside. This was, one might say, not an ideal beginning to a friendship. Odysseus stepped forward, drawing upon every ounce of diplomatic charm he could muster. "Greetings," he said, in the polite tone of someone trying to de-escalate a situation involving a very large, very unreasonable individual. "We are travellers, blown off course. We request hospitality, as is the custom of the gods." Polyphemus stared at him. Then, in a voice like rocks grinding together, he replied with a sentiment that roughly translated to, "Hospitality? I don't follow your laws," which is the Cyclopean equivalent of slamming the door in one's face. From there, things deteriorated rapidly. Polyphemus seized 2 of the men, quite casually, and ate them. There is no subtle way to narrate that, though the ancient Greeks delivered such horrific moments with the same matter-of-fact tone one might use when describing a difficult day at the market. Monsters, after all, were expected to behave monstrously. Odysseus and the remaining men were struck with terror, but Odysseus's mind began to work. He realized instantly that killing the Cyclops outright would be disastrous. The boulder blocking the entrance could only be moved by Polyphemus himself. Even if the men worked together, even if they all ate their vegetables and tried very hard, the stone would not budge. So Odysseus turned to cunning. He offered Polyphemus strong wine brought from his ship, a prized drink from the time, likely diluted far less than customary. In the Bronze Age, wine was usually mixed with water. Drinking it pure was considered barbaric, or worse, a sign of impending poor decisions. Polyphemus, unfamiliar with etiquette and fond of anything promising pleasure, drank deeply. As the Cyclops became increasingly intoxicated, Odysseus told him a false name. Nobody. This choice of alias has been admired for centuries. It is clever, simple, and tailored to create chaos in the event of future emergencies. One can easily imagine the internal satisfaction Odysseus felt while saying it. Eventually, the Cyclops fell into a heavy sleep. Odysseus then revealed his plan. Using a long wooden stake they had sharpened and hardened in the fire, he and his men approached the slumbering giant. With a coordinated thrust, heroic, desperate, and undoubtedly accompanied by whispered prayers, they drove the spear into Polyphemus's eye. The cave filled with the Cyclops bellowing. Polyphemus lurched about wildly, moving the boulder aside and calling for help. Other Cyclopes, hearing his cries, came to ask what was wrong. "Who is hurting you?" they shouted, and Polyphemus, in agony, roared, "Nobody!" The other Cyclopes, who were not known for intellectual curiosity, shrugged, concluded that if nobody was hurting him, it must not be a real problem, and wandered off. This brilliant linguistic trick is one of the earliest examples of cleverly exploiting literal language in Western storytelling. But now the men needed to escape. Polyphemus, though blinded, still blocked the entrance with his hands, feeling for fugitives. Odysseus observed that the giant often released his sheep in the morning, letting them wander out to graze. So he devised another plan. Each man would cling to the underside of a sheep. The Cyclops, feeling the animals as they passed, would assume the men were still trapped inside. The scheme worked. In the dawn light, the men clung to the thick wool of the sheep as they shuffled past the giant. Odysseus himself grasped the largest ram, and together they slipped out of the cave. Once safely aboard the ship, the men rowed frantically away. Odysseus, however, could not resist one fatal flaw: pride. He shouted back at the Cyclops, revealing his true name. This was not wise, for Polyphemus was the son of Poseidon, and Poseidon, upon hearing that Odysseus had harmed his child, would become a central antagonist for the remainder of the journey. But at that moment, on the deck of the fleeing ship, Odysseus felt victorious. His cleverness had saved them. They were alive. And yet, the echo of Poseidon's anger already stirred across the sea. The encounter with Polyphemus reflected ancient Greek anxieties about outsiders, beings who lived without laws, without community, without the shared cultural values that made Greek society feel secure. Cyclopes were not just monsters. They were symbols of disorder, of the danger of societies that did not follow divine and human rules. The ship sailed onward, but Odysseus knew the consequences of his victory would ripple outward. Still, he lifted his eyes toward the horizon. The journey continued, and the gods, as always, had plans of their own. Circe welcomed them inside and offered food. This should have triggered at least 3 separate alarms. In ancient Greek storytelling, enchanted meals had a long and problematic history. See lotus fruit, golden apples, anything served by a witch. But the men ate eagerly, and as soon as the food passed their lips, Circe touched them with her wand. They transformed into pigs. This is one of the more memorable moments of the Odyssey, and has inspired interpretations ranging from psychological metaphor to ancient dietary cautionary tale. Some scholars argue that the pig transformation symbolizes the loss of human reason in the face of temptation. Others believe it reflects Greek anxieties about foreign women wielding mysterious powers. In either case, the scene reinforces a recurring motif. Odysseus's men were extraordinarily bad at recognizing magic when they saw it. When a scout returned to report the situation, one lucky man had escaped Circe's spell. Odysseus decided to confront the sorceress himself. On the way, he encountered Hermes, the messenger god, who in his usual breezy manner offered assistance. The god gave Odysseus a protective herb called moly, described in ancient texts as white-flowered with a black root, potentially inspired by real medicinal plants like snowdrop or garlic-based herbs. Armed with moly, Odysseus approached Circe. She attempted to enchant him just as she had the others, but her spell failed. This surprised her immensely. Odysseus, immune to her magic, drew his sword, not to kill her, but to demand the restoration of his men. Circe, impressed by his resistance, and perhaps amused by his determination, agreed. She reversed her enchantment and welcomed them properly. Unlike many antagonists in Greek myth, Circe transformed into an ally once confronted directly. The Greeks loved stories in which a dangerous figure becomes a helpful teacher once the hero proves himself worthy. Odysseus remained on her island for a year. A whole year. One wonders how many times he told himself, "We'll leave next week." Circe offered comfort, knowledge, and a temporary escape from the relentless struggle of the sea. Her hospitality, this time genuine, gave the men a chance to regain their strength. But Circe also told Odysseus something far more important. The key to continuing his journey lay not on the surface of the world, but in the realm of the dead. Before he could return to Ithaca, he must descend to the underworld and seek the wisdom of the prophet Tiresias. This marked a deepening of the journey's symbolic meaning. Heroes in Greek mythology often undergo a form of symbolic death before achieving transformation. Odysseus, too, would have to pass through darkness, not metaphorically, but literally, to find the knowledge necessary for his return. When at last the year had passed, and the time came to move onward, Circe offered provisions and guidance. She warned him of the dangers ahead, sirens, monsters, whirlpools, and spoke with the calm authority of someone who knew both the world of gods and the weaknesses of men. Odysseus thanked her, stepped back onto his ship, and prepared for challenges far darker than anything he had yet faced. The wind stirred again, the sea opened before them, and the journey continued, now bearing the weight of prophecy, magic, and the promise of shadows waiting beneath the earth. If Odysseus had been allowed to proceed home directly after the Cyclops incident, he might have arrived in Ithaca within a matter of weeks. But that, of course, would have been far too simple. Greek myth thrives on complications the way olive trees thrive on rocky hillsides. And so, no sooner had the hero escaped Polyphemus's cave than he found himself drifting toward an island occupied by one of the more unusual figures in Greek mythology, Aeolus, the keeper of the winds. If you have ever met someone whose job seemed oddly specialized, you may sympathize with Aeolus. According to ancient Greek cosmology, he was responsible for controlling the winds, all of them, every gust, breeze, gale, whisper, and storm. It was an administrative position of staggering complexity, especially given the gods' habit of interfering with weather whenever the mood struck them. One imagines Aeolus constantly adjusting divine paperwork and muttering, "Zeus really should submit these changes in writing." When Odysseus arrived on the floating island of Aeolia, he expected yet another test or trial. To his pleasant surprise, however, Aeolus welcomed him warmly. The keeper of the winds was one of the few mythological figures who did not immediately try to harm, trick, or devour him. Instead, he offered hospitality, feasts, and lively conversation. This, in Greek culture, was the ideal pattern. Hosts were to be generous and guests respectful, an arrangement that worked beautifully until someone inevitably ruined it. Odysseus stayed with Aeolus for a month, enjoying the rare pleasure of relative safety. The winds were calm, the island peaceful, and his men, miraculously, did not provoke any supernatural entities. But eventually the time came to leave. Aeolus, wishing to assist his guest, presented Odysseus with a peculiar gift, a tightly sealed leather bag containing every wind except the gentle west wind that would carry the ship home. This gift, while generous, required trust from Odysseus's men, and trust, unfortunately, was in short supply. Sailors are traditionally suspicious, and Bronze Age sailors doubly so. When a mysterious bag is placed on the ship by a godlike figure and the captain refuses to open it, one's imagination tends to fill in the blanks, often incorrectly. With the west wind pushing them steadily toward Ithaca, the voyage progressed beautifully. So beautifully, in fact, that after nearly 10 years of disasters, Odysseus allowed himself to sleep. This proved to be a strategic error. Heroes should never sleep when nearing home, as mythological tradition dictates the moment of relaxation is precisely when calamity strikes. The crew gathered around the bag. What could be inside? Gold, surely, treasure, gifts of divine worth. Why else would their captain keep it sealed and guarded? Whispering and speculation eventually overcame caution. They untied the bag. The winds burst out like an enraged orchestra. Tempests roared through the sails. Waves rose into towering walls. The ship spun, jolted, tilted, and darted like a leaf caught in a storm. Odysseus awoke to find his home, Ithaca, the island he could nearly see, vanishing behind him as the unleashed winds carried them all the way back to Aeolia. The reaction of Aeolus was less than enthusiastic. He listened, incredulously, as Odysseus explained the situation. To be fair, even the most patient divine figure would struggle to maintain composure after preparing a carefully tailored gift, only for it to be used in precisely the wrong way. Aeolus simply shook his head and concluded that Odysseus must be cursed by the gods, and that assisting him further would be courting disaster. He politely refused to help again. This was the first major example of a recurring theme in Odysseus's journey. Whenever he drew close to home, something, pride, misfortune, or divine irritation, pulled him away. And so the man who had once been a king with a clear destination became once again a wanderer on the open sea. The sea carried them next toward the island of Circe, a place steeped in enchantment. Circe was no ordinary woman. She was a sorceress, a daughter of Helios the sun god and the ocean nymph Perse, which made her, in mythological terms, someone with excellent magical pedigree. Her island, Aea, was a place of dense forests, tame wild animals, and a house that glowed with supernatural charm. The sort of locale polite adventurers should immediately avoid. Naturally, Odysseus's men went straight toward it. They spotted Circe weaving at her loom, singing softly. Activities strongly associated with domesticity, but, in myth, often hinting at supernatural potential. Greek audiences knew better than to trust a solitary woman living in a forest surrounded by unnaturally calm lions and wolves. But Odysseus's men, tired and hungry, ignored this obvious warning. There are certain errands one never expects to run during a normal week. Buying food, mending sails, perhaps rescuing a crewmate from mild enchantment. These are reasonable. But being told you must visit the land of the dead before you can go home? That, even by ancient Greek standards, was a bit dramatic. Yet that is precisely what Odysseus faced after leaving the island of Circe. Most heroes receive vague prophetic hints. Odysseus received a very specific set of instructions. Sail to the ends of the earth, dig a trench, perform sacrifices, and speak to spirits who have absolutely no interest in making the living feel comfortable. Tiresias, the blind prophet, would appear and explain how to appease the gods and finally return to Ithaca. Simple, really. Just a quiet afternoon in the afterlife. The ancient Greeks imagined the world as a vast disk surrounded by the great river Oceanus. Beyond familiar lands stretched a remote mist-covered region where the boundary between life and death thinned. This was where the entrance to Hades existed. Not a fiery pit, but a grey, silent realm beneath the earth. The underworld was not a place of torment exactly, but a shadowy echo of earthly life, where souls wandered, remembered vaguely, and longed for the warmth of the sun. Odysseus and his men sailed toward this bleak place, each man silently wondering if they might accidentally cross into death themselves. No one said this aloud, of course. Greek sailors were highly superstitious, and mentioning doom at sea was akin to inviting it. So they rowed in uneasy silence, the air growing colder, the sky darkening with unnatural heaviness. When they reached the remote shore, Odysseus stepped onto the land with the solemnity of a priest. Circe had given precise instructions for the ritual required to summon the dead. The Greeks took ritual very seriously. In their worldview, proper offerings created a bridge between mortals and the divine, or in this case, the no longer mortal. He drew his sword, dug a shallow trench, and poured libations of milk, honey, and wine. Offerings meant to soothe restless spirits. Then he sacrificed animals, letting their blood fill the trench. Blood, in Greek belief, carried the essence of life, and the dead were drawn to it like light in darkness. The air shifted, the shadows lengthened, and one by one the spirits began to gather. The ancient Greeks believed that the soul, the psyche, was a faint, breath-like essence. Without proper burial rites, it wandered aimlessly. Souls who received respectful funerals, however, passed more peacefully into Hades. They lacked bodies, lacked strength, and lacked the substance they once held in life. Only by drinking the sacrificial blood could they temporarily regain memory and speech. It was an eerie sight, even for a seasoned hero. Odysseus saw flickering shapes, familiar yet distant, drifting toward the trench. He strengthened his grip on his sword. Circe had warned that he must not allow any spirit to drink until Tiresias appeared. This was not because Odysseus disliked conversation, though some ghosts were undoubtedly poor conversationalists, but because Tiresias held the answers he desperately needed, and allowing other spirits to overwhelm the rite would jeopardize everything. The first soul to approach was a shock. Elpenor, one of Odysseus's own men, who had fallen to his death on Circe's island during a night of over-enthusiastic drinking, and, unfortunately, under-enthusiastic awareness of rooftops. He had not yet been given proper burial, and his spirit begged Odysseus to return and lay him to rest. This moment had profound meaning to Greek audiences. Burial rites were sacred. Without them, the soul was trapped in limbo. It was not just a personal plea. It was a reminder that even in heroic tales, ordinary human responsibilities, kindness, respect, ritual duty, mattered deeply. Odysseus promised to honour Elpenor, and the spirit drifted away. Then came another figure, one whose presence pierced Odysseus more deeply than any monster ever had, his mother, Anticlea. He had not known she died during his long absence. Seeing her shade, pale, quiet, yearning, shook him profoundly. He longed to embrace her, but she drifted through his arms like mist. Her presence deepened the tragedy of the hero's wandering. Time was passing at home, with or without him. People aged, people died, life did not wait. He held her at bay, though painfully, waiting for Tiresias. At last, the great prophet emerged, a solemn shade with clear sight despite his blindness in life. He drank from the trench and began to speak. His message was not encouraging. Odysseus would indeed return to Ithaca, but only after enduring trials far longer and more treacherous than those he had already faced. Poseidon's wrath would continue. More temptations lay ahead. More losses, more suffering. But if Odysseus remained disciplined, if he resisted certain dangers, particularly the temptation to harm the sacred cattle of Helios, he could survive. The Greeks valued sophrosin, a concept meaning balance, moderation, self-control. Tiresias's warnings reflected this cultural principle. Heroes fell not from lack of strength, but from lack of restraint. Impulse was dangerous, discipline was divine. Once the prophecy ended, Tiresias offered practical advice: how to placate Poseidon in the future, and how to complete a final symbolic task after returning home. The path to peace, in Greek myth, always required restoring balance. With the prophecy complete, Odysseus allowed other spirits to drink from the trench. Friends, warriors, kings, each spoke with the faintness of distant memories. But one figure stood out above all: Agamemnon, leader of the Greek forces in boring Greek myths for sleep. The entire story of Odysseus after the war, now a shade reduced by tragedy. Agamemnon told of his murder upon returning home, a grim reminder that even victory and heroism did not guarantee safety. The moral was clear. The living world was sometimes more dangerous than Hades. Odysseus listened closely, storing every warning, every glimpse of the fates of others. Then came Achilles, radiant even as a ghost, but mournful. He told Odysseus that glory, which seemed so magnificent among the living, felt hollow in death. Better to be a poor man alive, Achilles said, than a king among shades. Greek audiences would have felt the weight of this deeply. The heroes they admired were often trapped in the consequences of their own quests for immortality through fame. Odysseus promised to honour Achilles' memory, and the great shade drifted away. But the underworld was becoming crowded now. spirits pressed toward the trench in overwhelming numbers. Their murmurs rose like wind in a cavern. Fear crept into Odysseus's bones. Not fear of violence, but of being swallowed by the sheer weight of the dead. Greek myths often describe this moment as one of existential dread, the recognition that the world of shadows is vast, endless, and hungry for remembrance. Odysseus decided it was time to leave. He stepped backward, blade raised as if pushing back an incoming tide. He reached his ship, his men trembling and pale, and ordered them to flee the shore. As they rowed away, the spirits receded into the mists, their voices fading into the eternal hum of the underworld. The men did not speak for a long while. Even the sea seemed subdued, as though it too had glimpsed something beyond comprehension. What Odysseus had gained was clarity. His path would be long, fraught, but navigable, if he maintained discipline. What he had lost was a piece of his heart, left behind with the shades who reminded him of all time had stolen. Still, he turned his face toward the horizon. The living world awaited. And the next trials, sirens, monsters, impossible choices, would require all the cleverness and endurance he had left. The dead had spoken. Now the sea would answer. There are many things a sailor might reasonably worry about. Running out of fresh water, hitting a hidden reef, discovering that the cook has misjudged the longevity of the cheese. But few sailors ever expect to face the combination of dangers Odysseus was warned about after his descent into the underworld. Dangers that seemed less like parts of the natural world and more like the dramatic inventions of a poet who had perhaps missed a night of sleep. Yet these terrors, fantastical though they sound to modern ears, reflected very real anxieties among ancient Mediterranean seafarers. The regions through which Odysseus sailed were notorious for sudden storms, shifting currents, and jagged coastal cliffs where the sea crashed with uninvited fury. It made perfect sense that generations of storytellers, trying to make sense of the unpredictable Aegean, imagined monsters lurking behind every treacherous swell. After leaving Circe's island for the second time, having finally given poor Elpenor a proper burial, Odysseus prepared himself for the next ordeal. Circe had been unusually direct in her warnings. He would soon face the sirens, followed by a narrow strait guarded by two deadly forces. Scylla, the six-headed monster perched upon a rocky cliff, and Charybdis, the whirlpool capable of swallowing entire ships. The trick, she said, was not to panic. This was not entirely helpful advice. Still, Odysseus had learned by now that panic, although justified, was usually counterproductive. He gathered his men and shared Circe's instructions in the gentle, steady tone of a leader trying to convince his crew that the day's itinerary, temptation-induced madness followed by near-certain sea disaster, was perfectly manageable. The first challenge was the sirens, those haunting creatures whose voices were said to lure sailors into fatal crashes upon the rocks. The Greeks, who appreciated symbolism almost as much as storytelling itself, viewed the sirens as the embodiment of irresistible distraction, the kind that leads good people astray with promises of knowledge, pleasure, or escape. In some later artistic depictions, sirens appear part bird, part woman, though the original myth leaves room for interpretation. What mattered was their voice, a voice so beautiful that men forgot everything, their mission, their responsibilities, even their names. Circe, knowing Odysseus's curiosity was both his greatest strength and most reliable flaw, mentioned that the siren's song contained secret knowledge of the world. This was like telling a scholar that a forbidden scroll sat just out of reach. Naturally, Odysseus immediately wanted to hear the song, safely of course. The solution was clever. He ordered his men to plug their ears with softened beeswax. They complied with haste. None had any desire to be mesmerized into steering the ship into jagged rocks. Odysseus, however, had himself lashed tightly to the mast, instructing the crew to ignore him completely, no matter what he shouted, a precaution that proved wise. As the ship drifted toward the Siren's islands, the water grew unnaturally still, the air thickened, and the horizon shimmered like heated metal. Then the voices began, soft, echoing, promising beauty, truth, and escape from suffering. The song did not merely tempt, it revealed precisely what the listener longed for. Odysseus strained against the ropes, his mind captivated, every thread of rational thought slipping from his grasp. He begged his men to release him, demanded it, threatened them. And the men, as instructed, kept rowing with stoic determination, pretending their captain was simply expressing his usual frustrations with the sea. Slowly, painfully, the ship slipped beyond the siren's range. Their voices faded into a lonely whisper, and Odysseus collapsed against his bonds, breathless. When the wax was removed and the ropes undone, he took a long moment to gather himself. The sirens had promised knowledge, yes, but at the cost of life. The Greeks loved such ironies. Temptation disguised as wisdom, delight disguised as destruction. It was a recurring theme. To survive, one must see clearly what one desires too much. But the seas ahead offered no time for reflection. The next trial was far more physical, and infinitely more unfair. Circe had described Scylla and Charybdis with the calm precision of someone explaining basic household rules. Oh yes, don't feed the dog after midnight. And also, you'll be sailing between a monster who eats sailors and a whirlpool that swallows ships. Unfortunately, there was no strategy that allowed avoiding both. The passage between them was narrow. If the ship steered too close to Scylla's cliff, she would snatch men from the decks. If it edged toward Charybdis, the entire vessel risked destruction. Greek mythology doesn't always give heroes choices. More often, it gives them consequences. Historically, this story likely reflects the experience of navigating real straits, such as the Strait of Messina between Italy and Sicily, where whirlpools, unpredictable currents, and sharp coastal formations posed genuine danger. Sailors without modern instruments would have felt at the mercy of forces they barely understood. A perfect breeding ground for stories of monsters. Odysseus explained Circe's instructions. They must hug Scylla's side, sacrificing a few men rather than risking total annihilation. His crew paled. This was not an encouraging plan. But Odysseus omitted one detail Circe had shared, that he must not attempt to fight Scylla. Heroes, after all, tend to believe they can overcome anything with a sword, and Circe knew better. The sea darkened as they approached the dreaded strait. Charybdis roared on one side, a monstrous whirlpool sucking down water with terrifying force, then spewing it upward in a choking column of foam. The sound was like the earth itself being torn open. On the opposite side, Scylla lurked unseen in the shadows of her cliff. Only her long necks, stretching down like ghastly serpents, revealed her presence when she struck. "Steady," Odysseus called, though his voice trembled despite his best efforts. The men rowed hard, sweat mixing with sea water as they tried to maintain a delicate balance. Too far left, and they would be swallowed. Too far right, and they would be seized. Odysseus, unable to resist his heroic impulse, did in fact take up his weapons. But the moment Scylla attacked, he realized how futile it was. The creature struck with the speed of lightning, snatching 6 men from the deck in a single devastating sweep. Their cries echoed across the surf, tragic and brief. This moment, described with emotional weight in Greek storytelling, served as a grim reminder that heroism has limits. Even Odysseus, brilliant and resourceful, could not save everyone. The Greeks accepted this as a fundamental truth. Fate often demanded sacrifice, and the world was not designed to reward bravery without cost. Still, the ship survived. The remaining men pushed forward, hearts heavy, until the strait widened behind them. Only then did Odysseus set down his weapons. He had known the danger. He had known the price. Yet knowing and seeing were 2 different things. As the sea calmed, the men fell into a sorrowful silence. They were fewer now. Fewer voices. Fewer oars dipping into the water. Fewer hands to mend the sails at night. But they were alive. And in Greek myth, that alone often marked the line between hero and lost cause. They sailed onward, leaving behind the cliffs and the whirlpool that had nearly ended everything. Odysseus stood at the stern, looking into the distance with a weary determination. The world seemed to stretch endlessly ahead, each new horizon hiding another challenge, another lesson, another test of endurance. Yet through all the danger, temptation, monsters, waves ready to swallow the world, Odysseus kept moving. Not because the gods favoured him, they rarely did, but because something deeper propelled him, the memory of home, the shape of Penelope weaving at her loom, the thought of Telemachus walking the hills of Ithaca, searching the horizon for a father he barely remembered. This longing was both compass and anchor. It guided him forward, even when the sea wished to swallow him whole. And as the last echoes of the sirens and the whirlpool faded behind them, Odysseus knew one thing with quiet certainty. The journey was far from over. After surviving the horrors of Scylla's snapping heads and Charybdis's hungry whirlpool, Odysseus and his crew should have been granted, at the very least, a moment of calm. A gentle breeze, perhaps, a quiet evening, maybe even a small rainbow, if the gods were feeling generous. But as the long journey had repeatedly proved, the gods were rarely generous at precisely the moments one hoped they might be. The next calamity arrived on the island of Thrinacia, home to the sacred cattle of Helios, the sun god. Circe had warned Odysseus firmly, so firmly in fact that her words probably echoed in his skull whenever he tried to sleep. Not to let his men harm these animals under any circumstances. "They are sacred," she said. "Do not touch them." But as any experienced leader knows, even the clearest instructions have a curious habit of evaporating in the minds of tired, hungry subordinates. And when Odysseus left his men briefly to pray, their discipline crumbled like stale bread. They slaughtered the cattle, they cooked them, and they ate them. Helios, who usually shone cheerfully across the world, was not in the mood for forgiveness. Outraged, he demanded retribution, and Zeus, never one to ignore a divine colleague's temper, sent a storm so violent that the sky itself seemed to twist with fury. The winds howled, the waves rose like wrathful mountains, and thunder cracked open the heavens. The ship splintered beneath the assault. Sailors were swept into the depths until only Odysseus remained, clinging to whatever fragments of wood he could tie together in a desperate attempt to survive. For days he drifted, tossed endlessly by the sea. The sun scorched him by day, the cold gnawed at him by night. His limbs ached, and salt water burned his eyes. Yet he held on. Courage in Greek mythology is rarely glamorous. More often, it looks like stubbornness, refusing to let go even when the sea seems quite determined to pry your fingers loose. Eventually, a gentle sea goddess, Leucothea, took pity on him and offered a magical veil to keep him afloat. Small mercies still existed, even in a world governed by capricious immortals. After yet more drifting and far too many close calls, Odysseus finally washed ashore on the island of Scheria, homeland of the Phaeacians. He collapsed on the sand, battered and half-conscious, but alive. The wind in the trees whispered softly, as though welcoming him into a brief sanctuary from the relentless trials of the sea. Some distance away, Nausicaa, the daughter of King Alcinous, was preparing to do something wonderfully ordinary. Encouraged by Athena in a dream, she and her handmaids travelled to the riverbank to wash laundry. This may sound peculiar to modern ears, but in the ancient world, even noble women participated in tasks of cleanliness and household care. It was not just practical, it symbolized purity and readiness for adulthood. So the young women arrived at the water's edge, laughing and singing as they worked, the sound carrying lightly across the landscape. Odysseus awoke to the noise. Disoriented, bruised, and entirely without clothing, shipwrecks are notoriously inconsiderate when it comes to preserving one's wardrobe. He broke off a leafy branch to cover himself and stepped from his hiding place. He approached cautiously, knowing full well that an unexpected encounter with a dishevelled, half-drowned stranger was not the ideal way to begin a conversation with a princess. To her credit, Nausicaa did not flee. Her handmaids, however, scattered at once, shrieking like startled sparrows. Nausicaa, dignified beyond her years, observed Odysseus with calm curiosity. He bowed his head and spoke with grace, carefully choosing words that expressed humility without despair. He praised her wisdom and beauty, not in the reckless way that often led heroes into trouble, but with poetic tact befitting a weary wanderer who desperately needed help. Nausicaa responded with kindness that restored one's faith in human decency. She offered him clothing, water to bathe, and instructions on how to enter the city discreetly. She was intelligent enough to realize that walking publicly beside a mysterious and suspiciously handsome shipwreck survivor might inspire gossip of the energetic kind. So she advised him to follow behind the group rather than alongside them. A reminder that even in epic tales, the social rules of small communities remained unshakable. This encounter opened the door to one of the most important cultural values of the ancient Greek world, xenia, the sacred code of hospitality. Hospitality was not merely politeness. It was divine law overseen by Zeus himself. To mistreat a guest was to offend the king of the gods. A proper host was expected to offer food, warmth, shelter, and respect before even asking a visitor's name. And a guest, for their part, was expected to behave graciously and modestly. When Odysseus eventually entered the palace of the Phaeacians, the brilliance of their hospitality became immediately clear. The palace was magnificent, its walls gleaming, its halls filled with elegant furnishings and the soft hum of activity. The Phaeacians lived in a world balanced perfectly between the mortal and the magical. Their craftsmanship, their ships, their gardens, everything seemed touched by something otherworldly. Queen Arete and King Alcinous welcomed Odysseus without hesitation. They offered a feast, warm garments, and safety. Only after he had eaten and rested did they ask who he was. When Odysseus finally spoke his name and recounted his long suffering, his voice carried the weight of every loss and every triumph, every moment of hope and every disappointment. The Phaeacians listened with reverent awe. They were known as lovers of stories, connoisseurs of tales that held the breath of the world. Moved by his suffering and captivated by his courage, Alcinous promised to return him home, offering a ship and crew to escort him safely to Ithaca. This hospitality was not merely generosity, it was an affirmation of the highest ideals of Greek morality. Even a stranger battered by the whims of gods deserved dignity, safety, and compassion. Before his departure, banquets were held in his honour. Poets sang of heroes long gone, athletes competed in games to impress him, and the entire royal household treated him not as a ruined sailor, but as a noble guest whose story deserved to be heard and cherished. During one of these gatherings, a bold young man teased Odysseus, suggesting he was too exhausted to participate in athletic contests. Odysseus, proving that even exhausted heroes have their pride, promptly demonstrated his skill by throwing a discus farther than anyone present, a moment that reassured everyone that despite his hardships, his strength had not faded. Finally, when all had been said, sung, and celebrated, Odysseus boarded the Phaeacian ship. Exhausted yet comforted, he lay back upon soft blankets and surrendered to sleep. True sleep, deep and dreamless. The kind of sleep one sinks into after years of vigilance. He slept through the entire voyage home. The Phaeacians, guided by their uncanny navigational abilities, carried him swiftly and gently across the sea. When they reached Ithaca, they placed him quietly upon the shore, leaving beside him treasures fit for a king. Then, respecting the sacred duty of hosts, they departed silently, ensuring he would awaken on familiar soil without fear or confusion. At last, after years of wandering, years of danger, years of longing so persistent it burned at the edges of his dreams, Odysseus opened his eyes upon the land of home. The earth beneath him was Ithaca. The air smelled of olives and sea wind. And although challenges still waited ahead, although he would need cunning and patience to reclaim his home, the truth was simple and profound. He was home. When Odysseus awoke on Ithaca's quiet shore, he did not recognize it. This was admittedly a little ironic. He had spent 10 years fighting in boring Greek myths for sleep. The entire story of Odysseus after the war, and another 10 wandering endlessly across the Mediterranean with his home etched into his memory like a map carved in stone. Yet when he finally touched its soil again, his first reaction was suspicion. The Phaeacians had placed him gently beneath an olive tree, but when he opened his eyes to the familiar hills, his mind, trained by years of deception, ambush, and divine interference, refused to believe he had truly returned. Athena amused as only a goddess watching a mortal overthink things can be, arrived in disguise. She appeared as a shepherd boy and struck up conversation in the breezy tone of someone who knew far more than they were letting on. Odysseus, ever cautious, lied immediately about who he was. This was not a lack of trust. It was instinct. A habit carved into him by 2 decades of needing to think before speaking, to hide before revealing, to survive before celebrating. Athena let him go on for a while. There is something charming in watching Odysseus construct elaborate false identities for no reason other than reflex. Eventually, however, she dropped her disguise, revealed herself in her divine brilliance, and assured him, yes, this was Ithaca. Yes, the soil beneath his feet was his homeland. And yes, there was still trouble waiting. It was not the kind of trouble that involved monsters or whirlpools or angry gods, for once. Instead, it was a distinctly human sort of chaos. While Odysseus had wandered for 20 years, Penelope had held Ithaca together with little more than duty, intelligence, and what might be described as remarkably patient frustration. In his absence, a swarm of suitors had invaded the palace, eating his food, drinking his wine, lounging on his couches, and repeatedly insisting that Penelope choose one of them to marry. To a Greek audience, their behaviour was not merely rude, it was sacrilegious, violating a household, consuming another man's wealth, pressuring his wife, and treating his servants with arrogance were all direct insults to the gods who protected the sanctity of home, family, and hospitality. The suitors were not simply inconvenient, they were a moral failure waiting for correction. Athena explained all this to Odysseus, watching him with faint amusement as anger flickered across his face. For a moment, one could see the warrior who had stood among the ruins of Troy, but Athena, wise as ever, reminded him that brute force would not win the day. These suitors were numerous, arrogant, and armed. He could not simply walk into his own hall and expect everyone to clap politely. No, this required strategy, the very thing for which Odysseus was famous. She transformed him into an old beggar, wrinkled and stooped, his clothes ragged, his hair grey. Even his voice changed. To all appearances, he was nothing more than a tired wanderer. This disguise was a masterpiece, not simply a trick, but a shield. It allowed him to observe without being recognized, to gather information, and to decide his next move with careful precision. Odysseus hid the Phaeacian treasures in a nearby cave and began his quiet, disguised return inland. As he walked the paths of Ithaca, paths he knew by heart, his mind stirred with memories. He saw familiar stones, familiar olive groves, even familiar smells on the wind. Yet everything felt distant, like a dream seen through mist. Time had passed, and he was returning not as he left, but as someone altered by every hardship, every deception, every loss. When he reached the hut of Eumaeus, his loyal swineherd, the reunion, though unrecognized, was deeply moving. Eumaeus welcomed the beggar with warmth, offering food and a place to sit. The gesture reflected the highest ideals of Xenia, the code of hospitality. Eumaeus did not know he was speaking to his king. He simply knew he was speaking to a weary traveller who needed kindness. And in that small hut, among the pigs and the smoke of a modest hearth, Odysseus felt the ache of homecoming more profoundly than anywhere else. Eumaeus spoke passionately about the state of Ithaca. He lamented the shooter's arrogance, praised Penelope's loyalty, and mourned the long, painful uncertainty surrounding Odysseus's fate. Every word was a reminder of what had been lost in his absence, and what still needed to be reclaimed. Odysseus listened quietly, swallowing 1,000 responses, letting the truth settle over him like a blanket woven from memory and longing. What struck him most was the loyalty of those who had chosen to remain faithful. In Greek culture, loyalty was a virtue nearly as sacred as hospitality. To stay true through hardship was a moral triumph, and Eumaeus embodied that ideal. Odysseus's heart swelled with quiet gratitude, even as he maintained his disguise. Athena, meanwhile, had orchestrated another reunion. She guided Telemachus back to Ithaca. The young man, now grown, had spent his life in the shadow of a father he barely remembered. He had searched for news of Odysseus, visited other kings, and returned home wiser and more confident. When he stepped into Eumaeus's hut and saw the ragged stranger, he had no idea he was looking at his own father. But Odysseus, watching him, saw everything. The height he had gained, the strength in his shoulders, the gentleness in his eyes. He saw potential, hope, continuity. This moment, one of the most tender in the entire epic, was held in stillness until Athena intervened. When she assured Odysseus it was safe, she removed his disguise. The scene that followed is one of the most emotional in Greek literature. Telemachus, seeing the ragged stranger transform into a strong, noble figure, was overwhelmed. First confusion, then disbelief, then tears. He wondered if it was a trick, perhaps another god playing games. But Odysseus embraced him and wept, and in that embrace the years of absence collapsed into a single, unbreakable bond. Father and son finally stood together. Two parts of a story finally reunited. But their reunion, as heartwarming as it was, didn't erase the danger still looming over Ithaca. The suitors were still feasting in the palace. Their numbers were large, their arrogance larger still. The time for strategy had arrived. Odysseus explained the plan. They would enter the palace together. Odysseus would remain disguised, observing and waiting, while Telemachus removed the weapons from the hall. The suitors, accustomed to gluttony, saw no threat in the ragged beggar who would soon walk among them. That arrogance would be their undoing. But even as they plotted, Odysseus felt a strange calm settling over him. For the first time in 20 years, he was not wandering, not drifting, not being tossed about by divine whims or monstrous seas. He was home, and home, no matter how troubled, gave him strength. As father and son prepared for the challenge ahead, a quiet certainty grew between them. The long journey was reaching its final act. Everything he had endured, the storms, the monsters, the gods' anger, the loss of friends, had led to this moment. And though the halls of his own house were filled with enemies, Odysseus walked toward them with the steady steps of a man who had returned not only to Ithaca, but to himself. Odysseus had spent 20 years dreaming of home, but as he finally approached his own palace, disguised as a ragged beggar leaning on a staff, it hardly resembled the place he had left behind. The courtyard was louder, messier, and filled with the sort of entitled chatter one usually associates with men who have never been told no in their lives. The suitors lounged across Odysseus's benches, gorging themselves on his livestock, pouring his wine, and laughing with the self-satisfaction of the men too accustomed to comfort to see danger approaching. Athena had done her work expertly. Odysseus was unrecognizable. His skin sagged, His clothes were tattered, even his voice held the worn rasp of age. This disguise served a purpose beyond simple safety. It allowed him to move through his own halls unseen, to study the rot that had spread in his absence, and to decide, with clear eyes, how justice should be restored. Telemachus entered ahead of him, walking with newfound confidence. He had grown into a man while his father wandered the seas, yet he still carried a certain youthful fire, one fueled as much by frustration as by hope. He greeted the suitors politely, though his eyes held the quiet warning of someone who had outgrown the role they assigned him. Odysseus followed behind, head bowed, no more threatening than a tired wanderer looking for scraps. Some suitors ignored him entirely. Others mocked his appearance, their laughter sharp and careless. The most arrogant among them, Antinous, sneered with particular malice, striking Odysseus with a footstool, a gesture so deeply offensive in Greek culture that even the gods were said to have winced. But Odysseus endured it with an unshakable calm. He had withstood storms that shattered ships, monsters that tore men apart, temptations designed by goddesses, whirlpools that swallowed the sea itself, and the weight of 20 years away from everything he loved. A footstool, even one thrown with dramatic flair, was hardly worth reaction. Instead he watched, listened, and waited, the patience of a seasoned hunter settling into his bones. What gave him the greatest pain was encountering his old dog Argos, lying neglected by the gate. In his youth, Argos had been swift and noble, a loyal creature who knew his master's scent, voice, and footstep better than anyone. Now, covered in dust and weakened by age, the dog lifted his head when Odysseus approached. Despite the disguise, Argos recognized him instantly. His tail thumped weakly, his eyes brightened, and for a moment the long years fell away. Odysseus could not greet him properly without revealing himself, so he turned away. But the dog, having seen his master return, let out a final breath and passed peacefully. It was a brief reunion, but a poignant reminder that time spares no one, not even those who wait faithfully. Inside the palace, Penelope moved through the halls with quiet dignity. She had resisted the suitor's pressure for years, crafting and unravelling her famous weaving to delay remarriage. Her intelligence had preserved the kingdom, but it had exhausted her spirit. When she heard of the beggar who had arrived, she asked to meet him, curious about the stranger who spoke so thoughtfully, and carried himself with unusual composure for someone in rags. Odysseus stood before her, still disguised, and their conversation became one of the most moving moments in the entire story. Penelope tested him gently, asking about her husband's appearance, his clothing, his manner. Odysseus responded with perfect detail, details no stranger could possibly know. But he spoke of Odysseus in the third person, protecting his secret until the right moment. Penelope wept at the memories, moved by this man's uncanny knowledge, yet still cautious. She had been deceived far too often to trust easily now. Meanwhile, Telemachus discreetly carried out his father's instructions. He removed the palace's weapons, storing them away under the pretext of protecting them from smoke. The suitors, over-eager and unobservant, suspected nothing. Their arrogance blinded them more effectively than any divine curse ever could. At last, Penelope, weary of endless demands, announced a challenge. She would marry the man who could string Odysseus's great bow and fire an arrow through 12 aligned axe heads, a test based not only on strength but on skill and memory. The suitors scoffed at the idea, yet each eagerly stepped forward, imagining the glory that awaited. One by one, they failed. The bow was too stiff, too heavy, too demanding for men who spent their days dining rather than training. When the disguised Odysseus asked for his turn, the suitors erupted in offended outrage. The idea that an old beggar might touch the legendary bow felt to them like an insult to their status. Penelope, however, allowed it. Perhaps she sensed something. Perhaps the gods stirred intuition in her heart. Or perhaps she simply wished to expose the suitor's arrogance for what it was. Odysseus took the bow with hands steady from memory rather than youth. He examined it, running his fingers along the polished wood, recalling every hunt, every battle, every moment this bow had served him. Then, with effortless grace, he strung it. The hall fell silent. He placed an arrow upon the string, drew it back, and released. The arrow flew perfectly, passing through all 12 axe heads, as if guided by fate itself. In that instant, the world shifted. Odysseus cast off his disguise. The beggar vanished. The king returned. The suitors recoiled, shocked into silence. Before anyone could react, Odysseus knocked another arrow, his voice ringing through the hall with calm certainty. "You thought I would never return." The battle that followed was swift and decisive. Telemachus stood beside his father, fulfilling the role destiny had shaped for him. Eumaeus and Philoetius joined them, loyalty rewarded at last. The suitors, dishonourable in life, found themselves outmatched by the strength of justice. One by one, they fell, their arrogance extinguished. When the hall finally quieted, the air felt lighter, as though Ithaca itself had exhaled after years of tension. Odysseus surveyed the room, his room now reclaimed. But victory did not bring immediate peace. Penelope, wise and cautious, refused to embrace him at once. She had endured too many years of uncertainty to trust easily, even now. So she devised one final test, one so intimate, so deeply rooted in their shared life, that only the real Odysseus could pass it. She instructed her maid to move their marriage bed into another room. Odysseus reacted instantly, protesting that the bed could not be moved, for he had carved it from a living olive tree whose roots were anchored deep in the earth. Penelope's composure crumbled. This knowledge belonged only to her true husband. She rushed to him, tears falling freely, and Odysseus embraced her at last. Their reunion was not the wild joy of youth, but the deep, quiet relief of two souls who had weathered years apart, and somehow, against every obstacle, found each other again. For that night, Ithaca rested. The storm of suitors had passed. The king and queen were reunited. Father and son stood together. The home Odysseus had longed for through storms and shipwrecks and shadows had finally returned to him. And though the years had changed them all, one truth endured. Home, fragile, steadfast and deeply human, had waited for him. So, the war was over. Troy had burned, its once proud towers now reduced to crumbled stone and smouldering ash. The Greeks had done what they came for, though it had taken 10 years, a wooden horse, and no small amount of divine interference. They stood victorious, weary and weathered, clutching the spoils of war and preparing for home. But of course no one ever said getting home would be simple. One might assume that after 10 years abroad, a warrior could simply board his ship and sail back to the comforts of hearth and wife. That was rarely the case. This was ancient Greece, after all, a place where the gods were fickle, the seas treacherous, and even the stars occasionally refused to cooperate. The journey home, or nostos as the Greeks called it, would prove just as storied and sorrowful as the war itself. Let us begin with the most infamous of these journeys, that of Odysseus. King of Ithaca, famed for his cunning, inventor of the Trojan horse, or at least the best PR for it, and very much unprepared for how long a simple boat ride could take when Poseidon was in a foul mood. You see, Odysseus made a rather unfortunate decision upon departing Troy. He didn't thank the gods properly. A small omission, but one that would stretch a short voyage into a 10-year odyssey. Poseidon, god of the sea, was particularly offended. It didn't help that Odysseus had blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, along the way. In fairness, Polyphemus had eaten several of his crew and didn't respond well to reasoned discussion. Still, the sea god was not the forgiving type. So Odysseus was tossed from island to island, seduced by nymphs, shipwrecked repeatedly, and even made to visit the land of the dead, just in case things weren't miserable enough already. But Odysseus was not alone in his troubles. The Greeks had split into various homeward-bound contingents, each facing their own ill luck. Menelaus, husband of Helen, the woman allegedly responsible for all this carnage, took a rather indirect route home. He wandered as far as Egypt, which, even by heroic standards, is rather off course. There he wrestled with the shape-shifting sea god Proteus, as one does, in order to gain the knowledge of how to appease the gods and calm the winds. This required holding Proteus tightly while he transformed into a lion, a snake, a tree, and a stream of water, before finally surrendering his secrets. There were no shortcuts in Bronze Age travel. Historical records, well, as much as we can call them that, do suggest that Greek sailors at the time weren't especially equipped for reliable maritime navigation. They hugged coastlines, avoided night travel, and interpreted weather patterns through a mixture of guesswork and prayer. Their ships were sturdy enough for the Aegean, but the open Mediterranean posed significant challenges. Add to this the divine meddling, and one can see why so many of these heroes took the scenic route home. Diomedes, one of the mightiest warriors of the war, fared little better. He returned to Argos only to find that his wife had taken a lover during his absence and was plotting to kill him. To her credit, 10 years is a long time. Rather than make a fuss, Diomedes fled to Italy, where he eventually faded into the vague mists of local legend, worshipped in some places as a minor deity. A rather anticlimactic ending for a man who once wounded both Ares and Aphrodite in battle. Nestor, the oldest and perhaps wisest of the Greek commanders, seems to have made it home without too much divine harassment. It helps, one suspects, that he kept his head down, said his prayers, and refrained from boasting about clever ideas involving wooden horses. There's a lesson in that. Agamemnon, leader of the Greek coalition and brother to Menelaus, did reach home, only to be murdered in his bath by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. But more on that particular bit of family dysfunction in the next chapter. Suffice it to say, the post-war glow did not last long for the house of Atreus. There was a curious sense in the Greek imagination that war never truly ended. Victory was merely the prelude to a different kind of suffering. The gods did not reward triumph with peace. In fact, they often punished it. Hubris, that quintessentially Greek concept of arrogant pride, was a capital offence in the eyes of Olympus. If a man returned home boasting of his glory, he was inviting divine correction. And then there were the storms. Natural, of course, but also supernatural. The seas between Troy and Greece were notoriously rough. The Hellespont, the Aegean, and beyond, all capricious, especially to ships lacking proper ballast or understanding of wind currents. The Greeks often personified these elements as gods or spirits, harpies, sea nymphs, angry winds. Because when your fleet is scattered overnight and half your crew vanishes, blaming an angry goddess feels more comforting than admitting you misread a cloud. The return home also meant confronting time itself. 10 years of war meant a decade lost. Children grew up without fathers, political alliances shifted, and thrones were not always waiting patiently for their former occupants. The journey was not just geographical, it was existential. These men returned not as heroes, but as strangers. This theme runs deeply through Homer's Odyssey. Odysseus longs for home, for Ithaca, for Penelope and Telemachus. Yet at every turn he's offered comfort, even immortality, by figures like Calypso. Still, he chooses hardship. The Greek mind revered the idea of nostos, but it also understood that one could never truly go home unchanged. The home you remembered was gone, and so were you. Meanwhile, the gods watched all this with their usual mix of boredom and caprice. Athena took a special interest in Odysseus, helping him occasionally when she remembered to, while Zeus played both sides as usual. Poseidon sulked, Hermes ferried souls to the underworld, and Apollo, who had spent much of the war firing plague arrows, returned to more musical pursuits. The war had ended, but peace was elusive. Even those who made it back without divine interference faced restless kingdoms and unruly citizens. Some were worshipped, others resented. The line between hero and troublemaker blurred easily. And what of the ships themselves? Ancient Greek ships, primarily pentaconters and biremes, were long, narrow, and powered by both sails and oars. They weren't built for comfort. There were no cabins, no galleys, no protection from the elements. Sailors slept where they could, ate cold rations, and relied on wind and muscle. Navigation was by stars, sun, and intuition. That so many even attempted long voyages is a testament to their stubborn optimism. Or perhaps their lack of alternatives. Many of the ships were lost, scattered in storms or dashed against unfamiliar shores. The sea claimed them silently. No epic poems were written for those whose names did not survive, but their ghosts, one imagines, lingered along lonely beaches and under wine-dark waves. In the centuries that followed, Greek poets and playwrights would return again and again to these post-war stories. The nostoi, as they came to be called, were an entire genre. The war was a given, brutal but glorious. The return, though, was where the real drama lay. That's where men broke, or bent, or found meaning. We're used to thinking of myths as grand, flashy things. Monsters, magic, climactic battles. But the Greeks understood that the quiet aftermath was where tragedy bloomed. The war ended with a horse and fire, but the real stories began when the sails went up, and home became a dream somewhere on the horizon. Even in the archaeological record, there are hints of this turbulent return. Many Mycenaean palaces show signs of sudden destruction around the same period. Burned walls, toppled columns, abandoned treasures. Was it invasion, rebellion, or simply the long echo of a war that refused to stay on foreign soil? Historians debate, as they always do, but the myth has its own answers. The gods were not finished yet, so the Greeks sailed home, slowly, painfully, circuitously. They were shipwrecked, seduced, cursed, and forgotten. Some never arrived. Others returned only to find they were no longer welcome, and a few, like Odysseus, clung to the memory of home like a compass, trusting that however long the journey, there was still something waiting at the end. Whether there was or not, well, that's another story. So, let us now drift back into the murky waters of post-war homecomings. If you were hoping that at least one Greek king had a cheerful reunion with his family after 10 years away, I'm afraid you've wandered into the wrong epic. This is the tale of Agamemnon, commander of the Greek forces at Troy, brother to Menelaus, and a man whose homecoming can be summed up in 2 words: unfortunately brief. Agamemnon had led the 1,000-ship fleet to Troy and played his part with ruthless efficiency. He sacrificed his own daughter to appease the winds, squabbled with Achilles over a slave girl, and generally made himself disagreeable to gods and men alike. He did, however, win the war, which you might think would count for something, but his victory came at a price, one that followed him all the way back to Mycenae, where his wife, Clytemnestra, was waiting. Now, the story of Clytemnestra is not a cheerful one, but she is often painted far too simply as a vindictive woman with a grudge. In truth, she had good reason to be angry. Years before, Agamemnon had sacrificed their daughter, Iphigenia, to ensure favourable winds for the Greek fleet. No warning, no consultation. Just a priest, an altar, and a quiet murder dressed up as a divine necessity. Clytemnestra, understandably, took it personally. While Agamemnon was away playing war hero, she had not exactly remained idle. She took a lover, Aegisthus, a man with his own reasons to loathe the house of Atreus, and together they plotted. It wasn't just revenge, it was justice, retribution, and perhaps a bit of long overdue housekeeping. And so, after years of war and an arduous return journey, Agamemnon finally sailed into the bay beneath his palace, the bronze towers of Mycenae gleaming in the distance. One can imagine him standing on the deck of his ship, sun-worn and grimy, dreaming of a warm bath and roasted lamb. Unfortunately, that bath would be the last comfort he ever knew. In Aeschylus's Agamemnon, the king arrives with Cassandra, the Trojan prophetess he had taken as a war prize. Now, bringing home a captive concubine might seem a rather bold decision when your wife is already displeased, but Agamemnon never was known for subtlety. Cassandra, cursed by Apollo to see the future, but never be believed, saw exactly what was coming. She walked into the palace like a woman entering a tomb, resigned, poetic, and ignored. The bath was drawn, the robes laid out, and there, amid the steam and ceremony of a long-awaited homecoming, Clytemnestra murdered her husband with an axe, or perhaps a sword. The details vary, as myths tend to do. In some versions, she entangles him in a net before the killing blow. In others, he's struck as he reclines, utterly unaware. But all agree on the outcome. Agamemnon, war hero and king, dead in his own house by his wife's hand. It wasn't just personal. It was political, symbolic, even ritualistic. The house of Atreus had long been a mire of curses, betrayals, and bloodshed. Tantalus, Atreus, Thyestes. Each generation passed down a fresh scandal. Agamemnon's death was less a surprise than a grim inevitability. The Greeks, ever lovers of a tragic arc, saw this not merely as domestic drama, but divine rebalancing. You see, no crime went unpunished in the world of myth, especially not those committed against family. Agamemnon's sacrifice of Iphigenia had broken a sacred bond, and blood, as always, demanded more blood. Clytemnestra and Aegisthus ruled Mycenae together for several years after the murder. By some accounts, they were competent, even prosperous rulers. But the shadow of what they'd done lingered, and somewhere far away, growing older in exile, Agamemnon's son, Orestes, was watching, waiting, and nursing a very different idea of justice. Before we turn to him, it's worth pausing to consider the historical underpinnings of all this myth. Mycenae was indeed a real place, an imposing Bronze Age citadel with massive stone walls and a commanding view of the surrounding valley. The shaft graves of Mycenaean kings, discovered centuries later, revealed a world of wealth, weaponry, and ceremonial grandeur. One grave contained a golden death mask, once romantically dubbed the Mask of Agamemnon, though the identification is largely wishful thinking. Still, the myths do seem to echo something real, that returning warriors found their homes changed, their families distant, and their power unstable. In many Mycenaean centres, we find signs of abrupt destruction or abandonment around the same time period, evidence, perhaps, of internal unrest or social collapse. It's not hard to imagine that some kings returned home only to face suspicion, usurpation, or worse. Back in the myth, Agamemnon's fate was only the beginning of a longer tragedy. Clytemnestra may have seen herself as an avenger, but in the logic of Greek myth, she was also a murderer. And the gods, as always, had opinions. Enter Orestes. Raised in exile, likely by allies of his father or sympathetic family retainers, Orestes grew up with one goal: to avenge his father's death. But here the myth gets deliciously tangled. To kill one's mother, even a murderous one, was not a simple act of vengeance. It was a spiritual crime, one that brought its own consequences. When Orestes returned to Mycenae, he did what he believed was necessary. He killed Aegisthus first, which no one particularly objected to. Then he confronted Clytemnestra. In some retellings, she pleads with him, bares her breast, reminds him that she gave him life. But Orestes, trembling with fury and fate, strikes her down. The moment is terrible, quiet, almost ritualistic. And then the Furies come. The Greeks called them the Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance who pursued those who spilled kindred blood. Black-robed, snake-haired, they drove Orestes into madness. He fled from temple to temple, seeking purification, but the Furies were relentless. Guilt in the ancient Greek mind was not a matter of conscience. It was an external force, almost a physical illness, stalking the sinner until justice was done. Eventually, Orestes found sanctuary in Athens, where the goddess Athena intervened. In a trial on the Areopagus, a rocky outcrop used for real-life criminal cases, she declared that the cycle of blood vengeance must end. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed by the promise of new rights and honour, became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It's a tidy mythological solution to the messy business of familial revenge. The story of Agamemnon and his family was endlessly retold in Greek tragedy. Aeschylus's Oresteia, Euripides' Electra, Sophocles' Electra, each playwright offered their own shading. Was Clytemnestra a villain, or a mother driven to desperate justice? Was Orestes a hero, or a victim of divine contradiction? These were not tales with clear morals, but rather mirrors for the Greeks to reflect on law, loyalty, and the dangerous gravity of blood. From a cultural perspective, the myth encapsulated deep anxieties about power and homecoming. The idea that a king, triumphant abroad, might return only to fall in his own bath. It struck a chord. Greece was no stranger to political upheaval. City-states were rife with coups, assassinations, and shifting loyalties. The myth merely dressed these realities in poetic garb. And then there's Cassandra, the tragic footnote. Cursed by Apollo to prophesy truly but be ignored, she knew what would happen the moment they stepped ashore. In most versions, she was murdered alongside Agamemnon, either in the palace or just outside it. Her death, barely remarked upon in many accounts, adds a final note of melancholy to the tale. She had seen it all and still could not stop it. Cassandra's curse is one of those mythic touches that feels eerily modern. To know the truth and be disbelieved, there's something timeless about that. She becomes a symbol not just of doomed foresight, but of the loneliness that comes with clarity. The home of Agamemnon thus became a kind of mythological crime scene, revisited again and again by poets, playwrights, and priests. It was a cautionary tale, a tragic cycle, and a puzzle box of competing ethics. Was Agamemnon a villain for killing his daughter? Was Clytemnestra right to kill him? Was Orestes justified in avenging his father? Each answer led to another question. But for our purposes, here in the soft, slow hours of night, it is enough to say that Agamemnon came home and died. That a bath, which might have been warm and soothing, became a tomb. That behind palace walls, the real war continued, quieter but no less brutal. And that even kings, even the great and bronze-clad, were not spared the price of their choices. So the torch of vengeance passed from hand to hand, from Clytemnestra to Orestes, from gods to mortals and back again. And in the quiet corridors of Mycenae, the stones remembered it all. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll visit Odysseus again. But for now, let us rest in the ruins of a palace where the echoes of footsteps, long silence, still murmur their ancient regrets. Let us now turn to a man who, more than any other, came to embody the very concept of nostos, the homecoming. Odysseus, king of the modest island of Ithaca, veteran of the Trojan War, and possessor of a famously complicated relationship with the gods. His story, immortalized in Homer's Odyssey, is less a journey and more an endurance test, a 10-year sequence of delays, detours, distractions, and divine punishments. In truth, if he'd just taken the ferry and kept his head down, he might have been home in a week. But where would the poetry be in that? Odysseus had a reputation for cleverness. He devised the idea of the Trojan horse, after all, though how much of that was his idea and how much poetic license, we'll never know. Regardless, it was a decision that ensured the city's fall and secured his place in history, and Poseidon's grudge list. The trouble began shortly after he and his men set sail from Troy. The gods were, let's say, less than pleased. In some versions, Odysseus forgot to thank them. In others, he was simply caught up in the divine fallout of the war. Most notably, he had offended Poseidon by blinding the Cyclops Polyphemus. A necessary act of survival, yes, but when the giant turns out to be the sea god's son, well, you can expect choppy waters ahead. And so the long voyage began. One might imagine that the journey from Troy to Ithaca, roughly 1,000 kilometers, wouldn't take a decade, even in a boat powered by oars and optimism. But then, Odysseus had a particular knack for getting lost in spectacular ways. The first stop was the land of the Cicones, where his men made the classic mistake of raiding a village, overstaying their welcome, and being driven off by the locals. Not exactly an auspicious start. Then came the Lotus Eaters, a rather dreamlike group who offered Odysseus's crew a plant that made them forget all desire to return home. A tempting proposition that, and one might argue, more peaceful than anything that came after. Still, Odysseus, annoyingly responsible, dragged them back to the ships and sailed on. Next was the infamous encounter with the Cyclops. Trapped in a cave with Polyphemus, Odysseus introduced himself, cleverly, as nobody, got the giant drunk on strong wine, and blinded him with a red-hot stake. When the Cyclops screamed for help, shouting that nobody is hurting me, his fellow giants presumably shrugged and went back to napping. It was ingenious, really. Unfortunately, before sailing off, Odysseus made the crucial mistake of shouting his real name back at Polyphemus. This allowed the injured Cyclops to pray to Poseidon for vengeance, and Poseidon, being a rather involved parent, obliged. Now firmly on the god's naughty list, Odysseus continued his zigzagging path across the wine-dark sea. He stopped next at the island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus was surprisingly helpful, bottling up all the adverse winds in a bag and giving Odysseus only the breeze he needed. All would have been well, if only Odysseus's crew hadn't been quite so curious. Thinking the bag contained treasure, they opened it just as Ithaca came into view. The winds escaped, a storm rose, and they were blown back to square one. One imagines Odysseus briefly contemplating life as a shepherd instead. Then came the Laestrygonians, giants with a talent for smashing ships and eating sailors. Most of Odysseus's fleet was destroyed here, leaving him with just one vessel. It's the sort of incident that tends to dampen morale, though one suspects Odysseus had already adjusted to lowered expectations. From there, it was on to the island of Circe, enchantress, sorceress, part-time pig farmer. She turned his men into swine, as one does, though whether that was punishment or commentary is unclear. Hermes, ever helpful, gave Odysseus a magical herb called moly to protect him. With it, he resisted Circe's magic, and depending on the version, either threatened her or charmed her into restoring his men. He then spent a year there, comfortably ensconced in her company. A rather long delay, though Circe did have a very nice villa. But even Circe couldn't stall fate forever. Before he could leave, she told him he would need to visit the underworld and consult the spirit of the blind prophet Tiresias. It was the sort of thing Greek heroes were expected to do on long journeys, a little necromancy between islands. So, Odysseus sailed to the edge of the world, sacrificed a ram, and waited while the dead gathered round. Tiresias offered a grim forecast: hardship, loss, and danger. But eventually, if he was careful, Odysseus might reach home. He also saw the shades of his mother, Achilles and Agamemnon, who, you may recall, had recently had a very bad bath. Emerging from the land of the dead with no small amount of existential baggage, Odysseus returned to Circe, who provided more advice. Avoid the sirens, she said, seductive singers who lured sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever the curious one, had his men plug their ears with wax while he had himself tied to the mast, just so he could hear their song without succumbing. It was, admittedly, a very Odyssean solution. Practical, perilous, and just a bit arrogant. Next came Scylla and Charybdis. a six-headed monster and a ravenous whirlpool placed inconveniently close together. Odysseus steered toward Scylla, sacrificing a few men rather than risk the entire ship. It's the sort of decision that ancient Greek leaders were expected to make without blinking, though one suspects there were some complaints from the rowing benches. At last, they reached the island of Phrynicia, where sacred cattle belonging to Helios, the sun god, grazed in peace. Odysseus warned his men not to touch them. They promised. And then, while he was napping, they promptly slaughtered and ate several. Helios, unsurprisingly furious, demanded punishment. Zeus obliged with a storm that destroyed the last of Odysseus's crew. Only the man himself survived, clinging to a broken mast, drifting aimlessly until he washed up on the island of Ogygia. Here he met Calypso, a beautiful nymph who offered him immortality if he would stay. It might have seemed like a good deal. No more storms, no more monsters, and an eternity of relaxation. But Odysseus longed for home, for Penelope, for Ithaca. Calypso, both tender and sorrowful, let him go, but not before 7 long years had passed. A different kind of imprisonment, that. Comfort without belonging. At last, with divine help, Odysseus built a raft and sailed once more. Poseidon, still holding a grudge, sent another storm. The poor man could hardly sneeze without attracting weather. He was eventually washed ashore on the land of the Phaeacians, who thankfully turned out to be decent people. They gave him food, clothes, and a proper ship home. After 10 years of wandering, he reached Ithaca at last. But even then, the journey wasn't quite over. His home had been overrun by suitors, dozens of grasping, boastful men courting his wife and feasting in his halls. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus plotted his revenge. With the help of his son Telemachus, he strung his old bow and dispatched the shooters in a rather bloody finale. Arrows, spears, and poetic justice all around. At last, he revealed himself to Penelope. She, ever cautious, tested him with a secret known only to them, the construction of their bed carved from a rooted olive tree. When Odysseus answered correctly, she wept, and they were reunited. A quiet, hard-won reunion after 20 years apart. Now, what are we to make of all this? On one level, the Odyssey is an adventure, a tapestry of strange lands and strange creatures. But beneath it all lies something deeper, the fear of never getting home, the idea that time might move on without you, that home itself might change, or worse, that you might. Historically, the story reflects the uncertainties of ancient travel. Greek sailors had no maps, no compasses, and very little understanding of ocean currents. Storms, pirates, and unfamiliar coastlines were constant threats. To sail from one island to another could mean weeks of delay or permanent disappearance. The sea was not just a place. It was a personality, and usually a moody one. And yet Odysseus persisted, not because he expected comfort, or glory, or even survival, but because he believed in Ithaca, in Penelope, in the possibility that home, however distant or changed, was worth the journey. So tonight, let us sail gently through the Ionian breeze, past sleepy islands and forgotten shores. Let us follow a man too clever for his own good, drifting not in haste but in hope. Monsters may rise, tempests may howl, but the stars above remain quiet and constant. And somewhere, far across the sea, a lamp is burning in a window. Ithaca waits. Not everyone who fought at Troy ended up in an epic poem or on the side of a vase. Some heroes did not sail home in triumph, or wander famously for 10 years. No, some slipped into the margins, their stories quieter, sadder, and mostly uncelebrated. In this chapter, we turn to those figures, brave, flawed, and frankly unlucky, who survived the war but not the peace that followed. First, let us linger a moment with Ajax the Greater, not to be confused with Ajax the Lesser, who will have his own inglorious exit soon enough. Ajax the Greater was a giant of a man, second only to Achilles in strength and battlefield presence. He was a tower of bronze and bellowing rage, fierce in combat and at times a little too proud of it. When Achilles died, slain by a Paris-assisted arrow to the heel, rather inconsiderate of him, there arose a question among the Greeks. Who should inherit his armour? It was no ordinary kit, after all. Forged by Hephaestus himself, it glittered like fire and symbolised the might of the Greek war machine. Naturally, both Ajax and Odysseus laid claim to it. Now, Ajax had the stronger argument. He'd fought tirelessly, protected the ships, and retrieved Achilles' body under heavy fire. But Odysseus had the sharper tongue. In a public debate, essentially an early Greek talent show for war resumes, Odysseus spun a more persuasive tale, citing strategy, diplomacy, and the favour of the gods. The audience, swayed by words more than wounds, awarded him the armour. Ajax did not take the loss well. According to Sophocles and later mythographers, Ajax spiralled into a state of humiliated fury. At night, he planned to kill the Greek leaders responsible. But Athena, protective of Odysseus, muddled his mind. In a haze of madness, Ajax slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his enemies. When he awoke and realised what he had done, surrounded by the bloodied corpses of sheep and cattle, he was overcome with shame. He walked away from the camp, planted his sword in the ground, and fell upon it. A brutal, silent end for a man who had fought so loudly. There's something deeply Greek in this. The idea that the true wound is not death in battle, but dishonour in peace. Ajax was not killed by sword or spear, but by a loss of standing, of meaning. A hero without recognition is, in the Greek imagination, barely a man at all. The gods gave him strength, but they did not give him a second act. His death was mourned by many, but especially by his half-brother Teucer, an archer and a steadfast companion throughout the war. Teucer tried to give Ajax a proper burial, but Menelaus and Agamemnon initially forbade it, proof that even corpses had politics in those days. Eventually, Odysseus himself intervened, arguing that Ajax, whatever had happened, was still a great warrior. A small act of decency in a war mostly lacking in them. Teucer, exiled for failing to bring his brother home, wandered off and eventually settled in Cyprus, founding the city of Salamis. Or so the legends say. It's a quieter legacy, no monsters, no divine wrath, just a man trying to put something in the ground that wasn't a weapon. Then there's Philoctetes, perhaps the most reluctant of the heroes. His tale begins not at Troy, but on the way there. He possessed the bow of Heracles, gifted to him as a reward for lighting the funeral pyre of the great hero. This bow, it was foretold, would be needed to win the war. Unfortunately, Philoctetes had a bit of a foot problem. At Lemnos, he was bitten by a snake, a minor thing in most stories, but in this case, the wound festered. It stank. It wept. It made the journey unbearable. His cries disturbed the other warriors, and his smell, well, apparently it was memorable. So, with all the empathy of a conquering army, the Greeks abandoned him on the island, leaving him with his bow, his pain, and a lot of time to think. For years he lived there, wounded and alone. But eventually, when Troy still refused to fall, a prophecy surfaced. The bow of Heracles was indeed required. Cue the awkward return of Greek diplomacy. Odysseus, naturally, was sent to retrieve the man he had once abandoned. He brought with him Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles, another man with a complicated father-shaped shadow to fill. Different versions tell it differently. In some, Neoptolemus wins Philoctetes over with honesty and kindness. In others, he tricks him, only to be overcome with guilt and return the bow. But in the end, Philoctetes is healed, either by divine intervention or Greek medicine, and brought back to Troy. He shoots the arrow that finally fells Paris, and thus completes his unhappy arc. After the war, Philoctetes' story peters out. He's said to have wandered, perhaps founding a city or two, but the myths don't linger on him. His fame, like many others, was tied to a single arrow. When that was loosed, so too was his relevance. And what of Ajax the Lesser? Ah, yes, not to be confused with his more honourable namesake, this Ajax was best known for committing one of the more appalling crimes during the sack of Troy. In the temple of Athena, he assaulted Cassandra, dragging her from the altar and claiming her as a prize. The act was a double outrage, not just against a woman seeking sanctuary, but against the goddess whose temple he violated. Athena did not take it lightly. Though the Greek leaders were divided on how to respond, some wanted to punish him, others looked away. They ultimately allowed him to sail home. It was a decision they'd regret. As his ship sailed through the angry sea, Athena called down a storm. Ajax, cast into the water, clung to a rock and boasted that the gods couldn't kill him. A bit of classic hubris. Poseidon, unimpressed, split the rock and drowned him. In the Greek tradition, no sin goes unpaid, and no arrogance goes uncorrected. Ajax the Lesser's name was blackened. His death was not heroic, it was a warning. Then there are the unnamed and half-named heroes, the foot soldiers, the shipmates, the men who bled and died in the margins. Greek myth, for all its grandeur, has a curious amnesia when it comes to the majority. We hear of their bravery in clusters, the Achaeans, the Danaans, but their individual stories are mostly forgotten. Only the elite, the sons of kings and favourites of gods, get a proper ending. Still, there are echoes. In the epic cycle known as the Nostoi, now mostly lost to time, there were once tales of the other warriors returning home. Men like Idomeneus, king of Crete, who made a rash vow to sacrifice the first living thing he saw upon returning home, only to be greeted by his own son. A story with echoes of the biblical Jephthah, and just as grim. And Eurypylus, son of Telephus, who fought for the Trojans but was killed in a blaze of poetic glory. His story is mostly footnotes now, a few lines in fragmentary poems. And Thersites, a common soldier mocked for his ugliness and impudence, beaten by Odysseus for speaking too freely. A rare glimpse of dissent in a world dominated by kings and demigods. History has never been entirely fair to its lesser heroes. Those who carried the spears, manned the oars, and kept the fires burning seldom earn verses of their own. But their presence, however faint, lingers in the background of myth, like the quiet hum behind a chorus. Archaeologically speaking, the Mycenaean period does show signs of wide-scale collapse around the time of the Trojan War's supposed end. Palaces burned, trade routes disappeared, and many of the great centres were abandoned. Perhaps some of the returning heroes found not the homes they remembered, but smouldering ruins and silence. For many, there may have been no welcome, no bed, no stories. And perhaps that's why the myths settled so often on grief. The Greeks knew that not everyone returned, and that some who did wished they hadn't. The Odyssey gives us the grandeur, but these lesser tales give us the sorrow. So tonight, as we drift through the quieter parts of the mythic map, spare a thought for the heroes who came back broken, or didn't come back at all. For Ajax, whose pride outlived his strength. For Philoctetes, whose wound became his exile. For the countless unnamed who marched to Troy and never saw their islands again. In the dark, between the waves and stars, their stories still float, unfinished, unpolished, but quietly, stubbornly present. If ever there were a face that launched 1,000 ships and exhausted 1,000 poets, it was surely Helen of Troy. Or rather, Helen of Sparta, depending on which part of her life you catch her in. Tonight, we sail away from the battlefields and burning walls, and follow not the warriors, but the women, beginning with Helen herself. When the dust settled and the horse had done its work, the city of Troy was ash and rubble. Fires still smouldered where palaces once stood. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt cedar and blood. In the ruins, women, noble women, priestesses, servants, were rounded up like cattle, the prizes of victory. At the centre of it all stood Helen, beautiful, mysterious, and ever the subject of debate. Some said she had willingly gone to Troy with Paris, bewitched by his charm and Aphrodite's divine meddling. Others insisted she had been taken against her will, a passive prize in a game of gods and kings. In truth, the myths offer no single answer. Helen was either a seductress or a scapegoat, or perhaps a woman simply trying to survive in a world that insisted on making her symbolic. Menelaus, her long-estranged husband, was among the warriors who stormed the city. One might expect him to have run her through with a sword. Instead, the stories tell us that when he found her, standing in her quarters, draped in silks, radiant even in defeat, he dropped his weapon. Overwhelmed by her beauty, his rage faltered. He led her away, not as a captive, but as a wife reclaimed. Or so the version goes. But it is worth pausing to consider what kind of homecoming that was. Helen returned with Menelaus to Sparta, but her reputation did not. In many cities across Greece, she was viewed as the cause of it all, the deaths, the fires, the decade of despair. Though poets might speak of her face with reverence, the common tongue likely preferred curses. And in the plays of Euripides and others, Helen is not a heroine, but a question mark. Was she guilty? Was she powerless? Or was she simply too beautiful to live in peace? In some version of the myth, a phantom Helen was sent to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt the entire time. This alternate telling, found in Euripides' Helen, was the ancient equivalent of saying it wasn't really her. It's a strange attempt at narrative redemption, one that raises more questions than it answers. But it does speak to the discomfort the Greeks felt about blaming a woman so central to their own self-image. Because if Helen truly went willingly, then she was a traitor. If unwillingly, then she was a victim. But either way, the war became hers to carry. As for Menelaus, his journey home was no smoother than anyone else's. He and Helen wandered for years, blown off course, landing in Egypt among other places. There, they were received by the local king, sometimes Proteus, sometimes another, who treated them with suspicious generosity. The gods were still sorting out the details. Eventually, they made it back to Sparta, older, wearier, and perhaps unsure what they had returned to. It's tempting to imagine them sitting across from one another at dinner, in a palace once full of laughter and song. Now they shared only silence, broken occasionally by the clink of goblets and the shuffle of memories best left undisturbed. In some myths, Helen became a goddess after death. In others, she was exiled, hounded by the Furies, or wandered alone through the mountains. One version even claims she ended her days in Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of a fallen Greek soldier. The myths rarely agree on her fate, only on her beauty and the trouble it brought. But Helen, for all her complexities, was not the only woman whose life was shattered by the war. Let us return to the ruins of Troy and speak of the others, those taken as spoils and shipped away to Greek cities where no songs were sung for them. First, Hecuba, Queen of Troy. Once a proud matriarch, she lost nearly all her sons in the war: Hector, Paris, Deiphobus, Troilus, and more. Her husband, King Priam, was butchered at the altar by Achilles' son. Her daughter Polyxena was sacrificed on Achilles' tomb. Her grandson, Astyanax, the infant son of Hector, was thrown from the city walls by the Greeks, so that he might never grow up to avenge his father. A precautionary cruelty, if ever there was one. And Hecuba, she was given to Odysseus, the most diplomatic of the Greeks, but one suspects even he found little comfort in her bitter company. In Euripides' Hecuba, she is transformed from queen to beast by grief. In some versions, she literally becomes a dog, throwing herself into the sea, howling. Myth has a way of externalizing suffering after all. If your sorrow is inhuman, you might as well become something else. Then there was Andromache, Hector's widow, a model of loyalty, modesty, and sorrow. She watched her child murdered and her city burned, and then she was claimed by Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles. It's a pairing that feels particularly cruel, as if the gods were scripting a tragic irony. The wife of the slain prince, now handed to the son of his killer. She bore Neoptolemus children, lived for a time in Epirus, and eventually found a kind of quiet life, marrying Helenus, another Trojan survivor, and ruling a small kingdom. But the shadow of Troy never left her. In the Greek world, women like Andromache were both revered and pitied, reminders of what war leaves behind. And what of Cassandra, that doomed prophetess? She had warned them, of course, warned her people about Paris, warned them about the horse, warned them about the fall. But Apollo had cursed her. She could see the future, but no one would ever believe her. The curse of clarity without persuasion, a poetic fate and a cruel one. When the city fell, Cassandra sought refuge in Athena's temple, and there she was assaulted by Ajax the Lesser, dragged from the sacred altar. For this, the gods ensured Ajax would never return home. Cassandra, meanwhile, was given to Agamemnon, taken as a concubine, a spoil. She travelled with him to Mycenae and saw the future again, his murder at the hands of Clytemnestra. Her own death, too. She entered the palace anyway, shoulders squared, walking toward doom with her head held high. In a way, she was the bravest of them all. To know what awaits and go anyway. Cassandra was not just a figure of tragedy, but of perception. In her, the Greeks saw the limits of knowledge. What good is vision if it cannot change the outcome? Her story echoes down the centuries, in every ignored warning and every dismissed truth. These women, Helen, Hecuba, Andromache, Cassandra, they remind us that the Trojan War was not just a saga of men. For every spear thrown, there was a wife waiting. For every city burned, a mother weeping. And in the aftermath, it was often the women who bore the consequences, who were reshaped by survival into something unrecognizable. In Greek drama, particularly the tragedies of Euripides, these female voices are given rare prominence. Perhaps because in their suffering, the Greeks recognized something more universal than glory. The men may have claimed victory, but the women remembered the cost. Historically, the treatment of captured women in ancient warfare was, as one might expect, grim. They were enslaved, traded, kept as concubines. The myths, for all their embellishment, reflect a painful reality, that in war, the fates of women were rarely their own. Their grief, however, became central to the Greek imagination. Even Helen, for all her elevation, remains a figure of ambiguity. She is honoured in some cities, reviled in others. She is remembered less for what she did, and more for what others did because of her. In Sparta, a cult of Helen emerged. Temples were built in her name. She became almost divine. Her beauty, her sorrow, her mythic weight, all transformed into ritual. There's something strange and slightly unsettling in the idea of worshipping a woman whose greatest legacy was a war. And in Troy? Well, there was no Troy anymore. The archaeological site we now call Hisarlik bears the layers of many cities, built and burned over centuries. Whether one of them was the Troy of Homer, we can't say for certain, but the ashes, the walls, the charred remnants, they are real. Someone's city burned. Someone's family was taken. So tonight, let us walk softly among the ruins, past the broken columns and the windswept stones, past the temple steps where Cassandra cried out, past the palace halls where Hecuba once ruled, where Andromache rocked her child to sleep, where Helen stared out over the sea, perhaps wondering what all the beauty had been for. These were not silent women. The myths may have tried to sideline them, but their voices echo, persistent and clear. They remind us that behind every war story lies another, quieter, lonelier, more enduring. And perhaps, if the gods are ever listening, it is these stories they remember best. Tonight we turn our gaze to a boy who entered the Trojan War at its end and departed the world not long after. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, grandson of Peleus, and great-grandson, on his mother's side, of a man called Lycomedes, who mostly stayed out of the epics. Neoptolemus came late to the war, but made a remarkable impression. In many ways, he was everything his father was, and, perhaps, everything he wasn't. Born on the island of Scyros, Neoptolemus was raised far from the clatter of spears and war cries. His mother, Deidamia, had once known Achilles before he was famous, when he was hidden away by his mother Thetis in an attempt to prevent his doomed fate. Dressed as a girl among the daughters of Lycomedes, Achilles in disguise found love and a son, as one does, apparently, during such awkward arrangements. But destiny has a way of tracking down those who try to avoid it. By the time Neoptolemus was old enough to hold a spear, the Greeks had been at war for nearly a decade. Troy still stood. The warriors were weary, and Achilles was already dead, felled by a poetic arrow guided by Apollo and shot by Paris, who, as we've noted before, rarely did anything without divine assistance. Now, a new prophecy emerged. The Greeks would not win unless they brought the son of Achilles to the battlefield, as if the gods, having taken the father, demanded the child in his place. So Odysseus, ever the recruiter, sailed to Scyros and fetched the boy. Neoptolemus arrived in Troy not as a soldier, but as a symbol, a vessel of inherited wrath. And indeed, he seemed to carry that wrath with great enthusiasm. While Achilles had moments of introspection, hesitation, even grace, Neoptolemus often lacked such subtlety. He was fierce, brutal, and quick to violence. Some ancient writers admired his decisiveness, others found it alarming. In the final days of the war, Neoptolemus earned a reputation both glorious and grim. It was he who killed Priam, the aged king of Troy, right there at the altar of Zeus. While the old man clutched the statue of the god, seeking mercy, Neoptolemus cut him down. No respect for age, sanctuary, or sorrow. The scene, immortalized in later Roman texts like the Aeneid, would haunt generations of storytellers. He also, according to some versions, threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the city walls. A practical act, the Greeks would say. A horrifying one, the rest of us might. The boy, after all, could grow into a man and seek vengeance. And so, Neoptolemus ensured there would be no next generation of Trojans. He was not content to end the war. He wanted to erase its memory. For his efforts, he received Andromache, Hector's widow, as a war prize. And so the woman who had once lain beside the Prince of Troy now found herself bound to the killer's son. A cruel symmetry, if ever there was one. They left Troy together, part of the Greek fleet limping home through unfriendly seas and discontented gods. Some were shipwrecked, others wandered for years, but Neoptolemus somehow made his way to Epirus, a land in northwestern Greece, and carved out a small kingdom there. The myths say he ruled wisely, perhaps mellowed by time and distance, or perhaps just tired. But the fates had not quite finished with him. In some versions, he travelled to Delphi, the sacred sanctuary of Apollo, either to seek guidance or demand justice. There, depending on which story you prefer, he either insulted the priests, desecrated the temple, or simply arrived at the wrong moment. Whatever the cause, he was murdered, either by the temple servants or by Apollo himself. Cut down not in battle, but at the threshold of the god who had once guided Paris's arrow into his father's heel. Poetic again, and deeply Greek. You see, Neoptolemus lived under the long shadow of Achilles, a father who was both legend and ghost. The Greeks were fascinated by inheritance, not just of blood, but of doom. To be the son of a hero was to be born halfway into a story already moving toward tragedy. Achilles had been complex, wrathful, yes, but also capable of mercy. He mourned Patroclus. He returned Hector's body to Priam. There was a strange nobility in him, a tragic beauty. Neoptolemus, by contrast, rarely paused to reflect. He killed with confidence. He ruled with force. And then, like so many others, he vanished young. But the Greeks did not discard him. They gave him cults, shrines, a hero's status. In some corners of the ancient world, he was worshipped alongside his father. Perhaps the Greeks, ambivalent as they were about violence, respected someone who didn't hesitate. Still, his legacy is uneasy. Even the playwright struggled with him. In Sophocles' Philoctetes, we see a different Neoptolemus, a conflicted boy, torn between duty and honour. Odysseus sends him to deceive Philoctetes, to steal the bow of Heracles. But Neoptolemus cannot go through with it. He is drawn to pity, to decency. It's a fascinating portrayal. Not the blood-soaked youth of Troy, but a thoughtful young man trying to make sense of a brutal world. It's hard to say whether Sophocles was offering an alternate version or a redemption arc. Greek tragedy, after all, often reinterpreted its heroes. What mattered was not the facts, such as they were, but the moral weight of the story. Historically speaking, Epirus did indeed have myths connecting it to Neoptolemus and his descendants. The Molossian dynasty, one of the more powerful Greek royal lines, claimed to trace its roots back to him. Through them, so too would Alexander the Great, whose mother Olympias came from that bloodline. Alexander, never one to resist a good myth, was quite pleased by the association. In this way, Neoptolemus lived on, not just in tragedy, but in genealogy. And what of Andromache, who followed him from Troy to Epirus? She bore him sons. One, named Molossus, would become the ancestor of kings. Andromache, so often portrayed as a grieving widow, was also a survivor. In some versions of the myth, after Neoptolemus' death, she married Helenus, the Trojan seer and son of Priam, who had also survived. Together they ruled a small kingdom, a curious echo of Troy on Greek soil. Her journey, from princess to slave to queen, was perhaps the longest of them all. She adapted, she endured. In Greek drama, she is often the voice of memory, of what was lost and what still hurts. The aftershocks of Neoptolemus' brief life rippled far. In Rome, Virgil gives us the Aeneid, where a wandering Trojan, Aeneas, meets Andromache in Epirus. She tells him her tale. A tale of ruins, exile, and quiet resilience. It is a sobering moment, buried in a poem otherwise full of triumphal destiny. Even the Romans, who admired conquest, seemed to pause at her story. And then, as ever, there's the matter of legacy. Neoptolemus left no epics of his own, no Neotolia. He exists as a sequel, an epilogue to Achilles, a footnote to Troy. But in that short space, he managed to kill a king, win a city, and father a dynasty. Not bad for a teenager. And yet, one cannot help but wonder, what if he had lived longer? Would he have grown into a wise king? Would the rage have softened? Or would the fire that burned so brightly simply have burned everything near it? The Greeks were fond of such questions. In their myths, youth is often equated with danger. The young are full of force, but lack temperance. Achilles dies young. Patroclus dies younger. Neoptolemus continues the pattern. The gods, it seems, did not permit long lives to those who shine too brightly. Perhaps that's why Odysseus, older and greyer, survives his journey. Not because he is stronger, but because he is slower, more cautious, more cunning. The flame that flickers lasts longer than the one that blazes. So tonight we leave Neoptolemus not in the blood-stained temple of Delphi, nor on the smoking battlements of Troy, but somewhere in the quiet hills of Epirus, a young man still learning how to wield a crown. Perhaps he stands at the edge of a cliff, wind tugging at his cloak, staring out at the sea his father once crossed, wondering if he is meant for more than war. Or perhaps not. Perhaps his story ends exactly as it should. Brief, brilliant, and sharp-edged. A warning and a memory. The kind of hero whose fire lit up the sky, if only for a moment. There are homecomings, and then there are Greek homecomings, where the phrase "welcome back" is often followed by murder. And no tale of post-Trojan drama better captures this grim tradition than that of Agamemnon, High King of Mycenae, brother to Menelaus, leader of the Greek forces, and, depending on whom you ask, either a victorious hero or a monumentally unlucky husband. Let us begin at the beginning, or rather, the very inconvenient middle. Before Agamemnon ever set sail for Troy, he made what we might call a tactical error in the eyes of the gods. While preparing the fleet, he killed a sacred stag belonging to Artemis and then boasted about it. Now, if there's one thing Greek gods do not tolerate, it is mortals making noise about how clever or powerful they are, especially when they've just murdered divine wildlife. Artemis responded in kind. She stilled the winds, trapping the Greek fleet in Aulis. No sailing, no war, no progress. The solution, a sacrifice, a human one. Enter Iphigenia, Agamemnon's daughter. He lured her to Aulis under the pretense of marrying her to Achilles. The usual wedding lie. When she arrived, instead of a ceremony, she got an altar. The accounts diverge. Some say Artemis snatched her away at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. Others say the blade fell. Either way, Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's wife and Iphigenia's mother, was not amused. Now fast forward 10 years. Troy is in ruins. Agamemnon is finally coming home, bringing with him not just spoils of war, but Cassandra, the Trojan princess and prophetess, as a concubine. Yes, quite the diplomatic choice. Bringing the enemy king's daughter and your own mistress home, after killing your daughter and being gone for a decade. Even Odysseus might have raised an eyebrow. As his ship approached Mycenae, Agamemnon would have seen the familiar cliffs and olive groves of his kingdom, the walls of his palace shining in the sun, and perhaps, just perhaps, he imagined a peaceful return, a soft bed, a hot meal, his people singing of his glory. What he got was Clytemnestra. While he had been off conquering, she had been stewing. 10 years is a long time to hold a grudge, but Clytemnestra was nothing if not patient. She had also taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and a man with his own complicated family tree. This wasn't merely a matter of betrayal. It was lineage, revenge, and domestic theatre, all in one. According to Aeschylus, when Agamemnon arrived, Clytemnestra greeted him warmly, a little too warmly. She rolled out a purple carpet, a colour reserved for the gods, and invited him to walk upon it. Agamemnon, slightly wary, hesitated. Walking on such fabric was a display of arrogance, practically daring divine punishment. But eventually he relented and entered the palace. He never walked out again. There are several versions of his murder. Some say Clytemnestra lured him into a bath, entangled him in robes, and then stabbed him. Others say she used an axe, or perhaps a sword, with Aegisthus dealing the final blow. The details differ, but the outcome does not. The High King, triumphant in Troy, died naked and unguarded in his own home, cut down not by enemy swords, but by a vengeful wife and a jealous cousin. And Cassandra? She had foreseen all of it. She had seen the palace, the blood, her own end. But true to her curse, no one believed her. Even as she stepped into the house, she knew it was a tomb. And yet she went, calm, resigned, perhaps tired of always knowing what no one else could see. She was killed beside Agamemnon, her death adding a final insult to the Trojan tragedy. Now, to pause briefly for the historical note, Mycenae, as a real place, was one of the great palace complexes of the late Bronze Age. Walls of massive stone blocks, a lion gate still standing today, and shaft graves filled with gold. The Mycenaean rulers may have inspired the later myths. their splintered histories providing the backdrop for tales of ambition and blood. And Agamemnon. His so-called tomb was uncovered by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. A grand grave with a golden mask. The archaeologists remained sceptical about whose bones lay inside, but the poetry endures. Back to the myth, the murder of Agamemnon did not bring peace. It merely shifted the curse down a generation. For you see, Agamemnon had a son, Orestes, and a daughter, Electra. They had waited, grown up under the shadow of a murdered father and a mother-turned monarch. In most versions, Orestes was sent away as a child for his safety, but the gods, or at least the playwrights, would not let him rest. Years later, Orestes returned to Mycenae. Like so many Greek stories, this too became a question of duty versus morality. Apollo had commanded him to avenge his father, but to do so, he would have to commit matricide, to kill his own mother. Even in the flexible ethics of myth, this was a dark and terrible dilemma. Orestes hesitated, but not for long. With the help of Electra, who had her own catalogue of grievances, he crept into the palace. In some versions, he killed Aegisthus first, then Clytemnestra. In others, he hesitated at the final moment, overcome by horror, only to finish the deed as she begged for her life. The result was the same. The house of Atreus, never particularly blessed, was awash in blood once more. But justice, in the Greek sense, never comes clean. No sooner had Orestes avenged his father than he was pursued by the Furies, or Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance. They hounded him day and night, clawing at his mind, whispering guilt into every shadow. He wandered, sleepless and raving, a man driven mad by the price of justice. Eventually, he found his way to Athens, where Athena herself presided over his trial. This moment, dramatized in Aeschylus's Eumenides, marks one of the first symbolic shifts in Greek literature. From vengeance to law, from blood feud to courtroom. Athena cast the deciding vote in his favour, and the Furies, pacified, transformed into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. A tidy ending, though one suspects the family dinners remained awkward. As for Clytemnestra, she too lingers in myth, a ghost never quite exorcised. Some saw her as monstrous, a wife who betrayed her king. Others, especially in later literature, cast her as tragic, a woman who had suffered too long, too deeply to remain silent. Her act was unforgivable, yes, but perhaps also inevitable. Greek myth was never terribly interested in happy marriages. They were stories of passion, betrayal, revenge, the kind of things that made for good theatre and terrible family life. In Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, we see the collision of power and pain. A king who sacrificed his daughter for wind, a queen who waited 10 years to strike, and a son caught in the middle. Even the name House of Atreus carries weight. Atreus, Agamemnon's father, had his own scandalous past. He once murdered his brother's children and fed them to him at a banquet. Yes, a family dinner where the main course was revenge. The curse that followed them all, Agamemnon, Orestes, and even Electra, was said to have begun there, in blood and deceit. It's almost as if the Greeks were trying to tell us something about inheritance. To the ancient mind, families could carry curses as surely as they carried wealth. The sins of the father, and grandfather, and great-uncle were not easily forgotten. The gods might forgive. The Furies would not. And perhaps that's why the tragedy of Agamemnon strikes such a deep chord. It isn't about a king dying in war. It's about what happens after. The slow rot beneath the golden throne, the wife pacing the palace year after year, the child who must decide which parent to betray. There's a quiet horror to it. No monsters, no sieges, no divine thunderbolts. Just the simple terror of returning home to find everything waiting, and none of it good. Tonight, then, let us walk through the palace halls of Mycenae. The hearths are cold. The walls still smell faintly of cedar and blood. Shadows flicker where once kings dined and children played. Perhaps we hear the echo of Cassandra's warning, or the creak of purple carpets beneath sandaled feet. Here, in these stones, the past does not rest. It broods. So let the night fall softly. Let the torches gutter and the marble chill. And remember that not every victory ends in cheers. Sometimes it ends in silence and the slow closing of a door. After the siege of Troy had finally crumbled into dust and ash, the Greeks, those few who had survived the gods, the Trojans and one another, prepared to sail home. Some did not make it past the shoreline. Others would never arrive at all. And a few, like Menelaus, king of Sparta, would find themselves dragged on a journey so improbable that it would seem they'd offended not only the gods, but perhaps time itself. Menelaus, you'll remember, was the man whose wife, Helen, was spirited away by Paris, thus igniting a 10-year war of mud, blood, and badly timed prophecies. When Troy fell and the smoke cleared, Helen was returned to him, though returned may be too neat a word for what happened. Whether she came willingly, whether she was taken, or whether she had simply grown tired of Paris and ready for the next chapter, we shall never know. What we do know is that she was there on the Trojan shoreline when Menelaus gathered his ships, looking every bit as lovely as she had when the war began. He, on the other hand, had aged. 10 years of siege can do that to a man. They boarded the same ship, perhaps sitting side by side in silence, with only the creaking of oars and the gentle accusation of memory between them. What does one say, really, after all that? So, where were we? Their journey home should have been swift. Sparta was not far, relatively speaking, but the gods had other plans. The Greeks had committed various crimes on their way out of Troy, looting temples, killing supplicants, desecrating sacred spaces. Athena, in particular, had been slighted, and her wrath hung over the fleet like a thundercloud. While some ships were wrecked outright and others scattered, Menelaus's took a more circuitous route, an accidental grand tour of the Mediterranean, if you like, with storms, shipwrecks, and sea monsters included. One of the more exotic stops on this journey was Egypt. Yes, Egypt. Now it might seem strange that a Greek king would end up in Egypt on his way home, but the ancient world was far more connected than it sometimes appears. Trade routes stretched across the seas, and foreign ports were frequented by all manner of adventurers, merchants, and evidently stranded kings with missing wives. In fact, some versions of the myth, like those found in Herodotus, suggest that Helen never went to Troy at all. According to that version, Paris was blown off course and landed in Egypt with Helen in tow. There, the Egyptian king, horrified that Paris had abducted another man's wife, promptly took her into protective custody. Paris was sent away, and the real Helen remained in Egypt throughout the entire war, while a phantom Helen, an illusion, was in Troy. It's a rather elegant narrative solution, really. If true, it means the Greeks fought a 10-year war over a cloud, literally. The gods, it seems, had a taste for irony. But in most versions, Helen did go to Troy, and it was during the return from Troy that Menelaus found himself in Egypt, with his real, and possibly somewhat awkward, wife beside him. There, the myths tell us, he met Proteus, a prophetic sea god and old man of the sea who could shift shape at will. Proteus was not the sort of being one simply interviewed. He had to be captured, physically pinned down, and held through all his transformations until he relented and spoke. And so, following local advice, Menelaus crept upon Proteus while he napped on the shore among his seals, yes, seals, and wrestled him into submission as he morphed into fire, water, a lion, a serpent, and various other alarming shapes. Menelaus held on. One imagines him swearing quietly throughout, until the god gave up and agreed to speak. Proteus, apparently impressed or simply annoyed, told Menelaus how to appease the gods and continue his journey. Sacrifices would be required, as always, and some divine grovelling. He also informed Menelaus that his brother Agamemnon had been murdered upon returning home. One imagines that news landing like a stone in Menelaus's chest. Victorious, yes, but at what cost? Eventually, with the proper rites performed and favourable winds at last, Menelaus and Helen continued their return voyage. It is said that their journey took 8 years in total. 8 years to come home to a city that had once sung their names, now perhaps quiet with confusion or resentment. And here's where the myth gets complicated. Menelaus and Helen resumed their rule in Sparta. Their homecoming, unlike Agamemnon's, was not met with knives. The palace gates opened, the hearth fires were lit, the people bowed, and yet something must have shifted between them. A decade apart. A war. A long sail through hostile waters. A marriage frayed by the gods themselves. In Homer's Odyssey, when Telemachus visits Sparta in search of news of his father, Odysseus, he finds Menelaus and Helen living in elegant domesticity, surrounded by servants, tapestries, and quiet luxury. Helen, ever the gracious hostess, offers potions to ease sorrow, pours wine, and reminisces about the old days. Her beauty intact, her memory selective. In one scene, she casually tells of how, during the Trojan War, she had once walked the walls of Troy and mimicked the voices of the Greek wives below, trying to lure the soldiers out from the belly of the wooden horse. A chilling little anecdote. Her voice, calling to them in the voices of their beloveds. Whether she did it in jest, or malice, or confusion, is left ambiguous. Homer, with his characteristic subtlety, lets the moment pass unjudged. Menelaus listens. He does not interrupt. Perhaps he's heard the story before. But Homer also gives Menelaus a unique fate. While most Greek heroes die bloody deaths or vanish into obscurity, Menelaus is rewarded. According to Book 4 of the Odyssey, he will not die at all. Because he is the husband of Helen, daughter of Zeus, he is destined to be sent at the end of his life to the Elysian fields, a sort of Greek paradise at the edge of the world, where the air is always mild, the sun never too hot, and heroes may relax without fear of divine punishment. It's an odd reward, given how much trouble he endured, but perhaps the gods felt he'd earned it. As for Helen, her later fate is as inconsistent as ever. In Sparta, she was worshipped after her death, or perhaps even before it. A temple to Helen stood there, and offerings were made in her name. Some said she had been taken to Olympus, made divine by Zeus himself. Others claimed she fled to Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of one of the Greek warriors who died at Troy, a bitter form of justice. And in some strange accounts, she even married again to Achilles himself in the afterlife, reunited in the Isles of the Blessed, where mythologies merge and old enmities are forgotten. But the Menelaus-Helen saga remains one of the most enigmatic. There are no great battles in their post-war tale, no wrath of Achilles, no suitors slain, just the slow, strange return of two people bound together by fate, reputation, and possibly very little else. And what do we make of Menelaus then? He is not the most glamorous of the Greeks, not the strongest, not the cleverest. He does not give stirring speeches or launch dramatic solo attacks. But he endures. He reclaims his wife. He survives the gods. He returns home. He is, in some ways, the everyman of the epic. Less radiant than Achilles, less sly than Odysseus, but steady. Slightly bewildered, often wrong-footed, but never broken. In the Iliad, he fights bravely but without glory. In the Odyssey, he rules with calm dignity. He is both cuckold and king, hero and husband. A man who simply wants his home, his wife, and a little peace. Which, given the state of the Greek mythological world, is quite the ambition. Historically, Sparta in the late Bronze Age may indeed have been the seat of a powerful ruler. Its later martial reputation, so famous in the classical period, was not yet fully formed. Instead, it was a place of trade, of sanctuaries, of richly decorated tombs. Menelaus and Helen, if they lived at all, would have ruled over a land of olive groves, river valleys, and slowly fading Mycenaean splendour. Perhaps they walked together in the evenings, king and queen of a world already slipping into legend. Perhaps they said very little to each other. Perhaps they had said everything during the war, and the silence was what came next. Tonight, then, let us drift with them on those endless Mediterranean waters. The ship gently rocking, the stars above foreign shores, Proteus shifting in his sleep somewhere beneath the waves, the long way home stretching onward, lined with omens and olive trees. And if the gods allow, perhaps, just perhaps, the sea will stay calm until morning. Some men return from war with scars and silence, others with treasure. But Odysseus, king of Ithaca, returned with stories. A great many of them. Whether he embellished a bit along the way, or a great deal, is beside the point. Tonight, we join him not for his triumphs, but for his meandering, frequently interrupted, occasionally bizarre 10-year journey home. Because for Odysseus, the war was only half the problem. The rest was everything else. The Odyssey, attributed to Homer, begins after Troy, and it opens not with the king himself, but with his household in disarray. His wife, Penelope, is weaving and unweaving a shroud each night to stave off aggressive suitors. His son, Telemachus, is awkward, moody, and increasingly suspicious that his father is never coming back. And the kingdom of Ithaca is slowly, inevitably, becoming someone else's. But where is Odysseus? Stranded, as it happens, on an island with a goddess. Her name is Calypso, and she is in no hurry to let him leave. For 7 years, she keeps him in a kind of bittersweet captivity, offering him immortality, love, and a worry-free existence. He declines, which may strike you as a strange choice. Immortality and divine companionship are nothing to sneeze at. But Odysseus, for all his cleverness, is a man fixated on home. Even if home is full of suitors drinking his wine and eyeing his wife. Eventually the gods intervene. Hermes arrives with a message from Zeus. Let him go. Calypso, grumbling, obeys. Odysseus builds a raft and sets sail, only to be shipwrecked almost immediately by Poseidon, who still holds a grudge. The sea god had never forgiven Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. More on that shortly. He washes up on the shores of Scheria, home of the Phaeacians, who are helpful, curious, and crucially enjoy a good tale. Here, Odysseus finally begins to recount what's happened since Troy. His adventures unfold in a long, winding flashback, a kind of dinner party storytelling session with a side of trauma. It begins with his first detour, Ismarus, land of the Cicones, where his men plunder a town only to be ambushed in return. A tactical misstep, if we're being generous. Next, the Lotus Eaters. Harmless, dreamy folk who offer his crew fruit that makes them forget everything, including the desire to return home. Odysseus has to physically drag his men back to the ships. It's the first hint that homecoming, for some, might not be as appealing as advertised. Then comes the Cyclops. Odysseus and his crew stumble upon the cave of Polyphemus, a one-eyed shepherd of considerable size and poor manners. They help themselves to his cheese and wine, rude, and are promptly trapped inside. Polyphemus begins eating them one by one. Odysseus, ever the schemer, tells the Cyclops his name is nobody, gets him drunk, and drives a sharpened stake into his eye while he sleeps. The next morning, when Polyphemus howls for help, the other Cyclopes ask who's hurting him. "Nobody," he bellows, and so they leave him alone. A clever trick, but one that comes with a price. As they flee, Odysseus shouts his real name back to the blinded Cyclops, because of course he does. Pride. It undoes many a Greek hero. Polyphemus prays to his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus, and the sea god obliges. From here, it all unravels. At Aeolia, the god Aeolus gives Odysseus a bag containing all the winds, a rather generous gift. So close to Ithaca they can see the shoreline, Odysseus's crew, suspecting treasure, opens the bag. The winds explode, the ship is thrown back to Aeolia, and this time Aeolus refuses to help. Understandably. Next stop, Laestrygonians, giant cannibals. They destroy most of his fleet and eat quite a few men. Only one ship escapes. Then, Circe, a sorceress who turns men into pigs. Odysseus, aided by Hermes, resists her magic and becomes her lover instead. They stay a year. It's becoming a theme. Circe eventually helps him with directions, but to proceed, he must visit the underworld and speak with the prophet Tiresias. Down he goes, offering blood and prayers. In the gloom of Hades, he meets the ghost of Elpenor, one of his men who fell off a roof. He sees his mother, long dead. He speaks to Achilles, who admits that he'd rather be a poor farmer among the living than a lord among the dead. Even the great heroes, it seems, tire of their own glory. From the dead, Odysseus returns to Circe, then sets off again. Next, the Sirens. Their song lures sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever curious, wants to hear it. He plugs his men's ears with wax and ties himself to the mast. The song is haunting, irresistible, but he cannot move, and so they pass safely. Then Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster on one side, a deadly whirlpool on the other. They sail between the two, losing men to Scylla's snapping heads. It's not exactly a win, but it's better than total annihilation. Eventually, they land on Thrinacia, island of Helios, the sun god. They are warned not to touch his sacred cattle. Odysseus insists they obey. But when food runs out, his men predictably slaughter the cows. Helios complains to Zeus, who sends a storm to destroy the ship. Only Odysseus survives. He clings to driftwood, floats for days, and washes up on Ogygia, the island of Calypso. And thus the loop is complete. Back in the present, the Phaeacians, moved by his tale, offer Odysseus passage home. Poseidon, still cranky, turns their ship to stone. But Odysseus at last sets foot on Ithaca. He doesn't announce himself immediately. Always cautious, always calculating. Disguised as a beggar, thanks to Athena's help, he enters his own palace and surveys the chaos. Over 100 suitors have taken residence, drinking, feasting, and pressing Penelope to choose a new husband. Penelope, for her part, has stalled brilliantly. She told them she'd choose once she finished weaving a shroud for Odysseus's father. Each night she undid her day's work. For 3 years they were fooled. Eventually they caught her. But still she held firm. A woman of quiet genius, Odysseus, still disguised, is mocked by the suitors. He endures it, waits, plans. Finally he reveals himself, by stringing his old bow and shooting an arrow through 12 axe heads, a feat no one else could match. Then he kills them all, every last suitor, with arrows, swords, and help from his son and a few loyal servants. The great hall of Ithaca is soaked in blood. The crime, in Homer's eyes, is not vengeance, but hospitality violated. These men overstepped, and now the reckoning has come. But even after this, peace is not guaranteed. The families of the slain suitors rise up, ready to continue the cycle. Athena intervenes. A fragile truce is declared. And finally, the home that Odysseus longed for becomes his again, not just in bricks and walls, but in name and rule and quiet. Now the curious thing about Odysseus is that his tale doesn't end there. In some later traditions, Odysseus doesn't stay home. One version claims he grows restless and sets off again, this time westward, beyond the known world, seeking to find where the sea ends. Others say he was eventually killed by his own son, Telegonus, born of Circe, who arrives unknowingly in Ithaca and strikes down his father by mistake with a poisoned spear. A rather Greek ending, that, fated, ironic, and familial. But in Homer's version, Odysseus remains. Older, weathered, a king once more. Historically, the island of Ithaca, or rather, the various locations claiming to be it, has been the subject of much scholarly debate. Some archaeologists believe the Homeric Ithaca may not align with the modern island bearing the name. Others insist it does. Regardless, the Odyssey captures the essence of what it meant to be Greek in that age: to travel, to long for home, and to be wary of gifts from strangers. Odysseus stands apart from the other Greek heroes. Achilles sought glory, Agamemnon, power, Menelaus, perhaps, restoration. But Odysseus sought survival. He lies, cheats, weeps, hides, yet endures. He is flawed, brilliant, deeply human. The gods both love and torment him. The world resists him, but he adapts, he thinks. And slowly, painfully, he wins. And so tonight, let us rest beside him, our clever king, finally still. The storm has passed, the hearth is warm, the suitors are gone. Penelope sleeps nearby. The long oar lies in the corner silent. And perhaps, just perhaps, Odysseus dreams not of monsters or witches, but of olive trees, and the smell of bread baking, and the sound of waves brushing softly against the shore of home. It is one thing to be the hero of a great war, quite another to be the son of one. If Odysseus endured storms and monsters, his son Telemachus faced a different kind of trial altogether, The quiet, grating kind of hardship that involves waiting, watching, and wondering whether your father is ever coming home, or if the songs sung about him are more flattering than factual. When the Odyssey opens, Telemachus is no longer a boy, but not quite a man. He is, to borrow a Greek word, nepios, still soft of chin and uncertain of purpose. He lives in a palace overrun by suitors, where the food is being eaten, the wine poured too freely, and the servants uncertain where their loyalties lie. His mother Penelope weaves in the day and unweaves in the night, stalling the inevitable. But time, like the gods, waits for no one. And so Telemachus is forced into an uncomfortable position. Half prince, half hostage, drifting through his own halls like a ghost of what should have been. No father, no control, only whispers of glory and an ever-tightening knot of expectation. Eventually, Athena, as is often the case when men are floundering, steps in, disguised as mentor, a name which would later be borrowed for the role of any wise advisor, though here it's quite literal. She encourages the lad to do something positively un-Greek. Talk about his feelings and make a plan. Telemachus, emboldened by divine pep talk, sets off on a small but significant voyage. He sails to Pylos to visit Nestor, the venerable king and veteran of Troy, and then to Sparta, where Menelaus and Helen are holding court in relative serenity. In both places, he asks the same question: "Have you seen my father?" The answers are vague, scattered. Odysseus is alive, perhaps, or dead, or something in between. But the journey itself is more important than the destination. For the first time, Telemachus acts. He steps beyond the shadow of absence and into the uncertain light of selfhood. Meanwhile, Odysseus is making his own belated return. When the two are reunited in Ithaca, it is not the tearful embrace of storybooks. Odysseus, in disguise, reveals himself carefully. Telemachus does not know what to believe. The man has been gone for 20 years. He has, perhaps, become more myth than father. But belief once lit is hard to extinguish. They scheme together, they strike together, and in the end they stand side by side over the corpses of the shooters. Father and son united not in words, but in shared purpose and spilled blood. Yet what happens after the vengeance? After the hall has been cleaned, the bough hung, and the island quiet once more? Here the stories splinter. In some versions, Telemachus becomes king after Odysseus' eventual death. In others, he leaves Ithaca behind entirely. One tradition, found in later Greek sources, claims that Telemachus marries Circe. Yes, that's Circe, the enchantress who once turned his father's men into pigs. In an act of mythological neatness, Odysseus' son and his former lover build a new dynasty on the island of Aiaia. Together, they have a son named Latinus, who, depending on your source, goes on to found part of Italy. The myth is fluid, as always, and the past has a tendency to loop back on itself in peculiar ways. There's also the tale of Telegonus, Circe's son with Odysseus. In one particularly ironic telling, Telegonus grows up unaware of his father's identity, sails off to find him, and accidentally kills him with a spear tipped with the venom of a stingray. In a gesture of mythical symmetry, he then marries Penelope, his father's widow, and Telemachus marries Circe. And so the entire family becomes a kind of mythological Rubik's Cube, scrambled, reconfigured, but somehow still functional. Let's take a moment to exhale. These tales, shifting and contradictory, are not meant to be consistent. The Greeks didn't worry about canon the way we do. Instead, They allowed their myths to breathe, expand, and change with the needs of each city, each poet, each generation. Telemachus, then, isn't a single character. He is an idea, a young man caught between legacy and identity, between the weight of his father's name and the pressure to make his own. Historically, the role of sons in ancient Greece was a serious business. Inheritance passed from father to son. The son was expected to honour the household gods, to maintain the family reputation, and to perform the funeral rites without fail. A man without sons was, in a sense, erased from the ongoing story of his oikos, his household, his lineage. Yet, as in myth, the position of sons was rarely simple. Take Orestes, son of Agamemnon, who we discussed in chapter 7. He avenged his father by killing his mother. Not exactly a tale you'd want performed at your birthday feast. Or Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, who went to war after his father died, took a central role in Troy's final destruction, and eventually met a murky end, killed in some stories by Orestes no less. Greek myth is a tangled net, and everyone gets caught eventually. These sons often inherited not only lands and titles, but the consequences of divine feuds, ancestral curses, and badly timed oracles. For every golden shield passed down, there seemed to be a family ghost lurking in the vestibule. Even Aeneas, a Trojan rather than a Greek, fits this mould. The son of Anchises and the goddess Aphrodite, Aeneas carries his aged father on his back out of burning Troy, a moving image that would echo down through Roman poetry. He is the dutiful son, chosen by fate to found what will one day become Rome. Yet his path, too, is laden with war, wandering and loss. These sons, like Telemachus, grew up not in the warmth of victory, but in the cold ash of aftermath. They inherited stories and wounds, and the knowledge that the age of heroes was slipping away, replaced not by peace, but by memory. There is something strangely modern about Telemachus. He is not interested in glory for its own sake. He is thoughtful, hesitant, observant. When Homer describes him in the Odyssey, it is often in quiet terms. He listens more than he speaks. He weighs each word. He watches his mother's sorrow and understands it without being consumed by it. He is, if you like, the transitional figure between the old world and the new. Odysseus is a man of cleverness, disguise, and decisive action. Telemachus is a man of reflection, diplomacy, and restraint. He stands at the threshold of myth and history, a figure shaped by the echoes of war, but not beholden to them. In this way, he speaks to the later Greeks, those of the classical period, who looked back on the age of heroes as a time of both splendour and savagery. Telemachus becomes a bridge, linking the impulsive blood feuds of the past with the more measured civic virtues of the present. And yet, he is still a son, still waiting for a father, still learning, as all sons must, that the man you idolize is rarely the man you get. Odysseus returns not as a shining hero, but as a weary, wily stranger who must be relearned, retrusted, reloved. Their relationship is not forged on battlefields, but around the slow rebuilding of a life interrupted. What remains of Telemachus in the end is not his name in epic songs, nor his slaying of suitors, nor his potential marriage to a sorceress. What lingers is the quiet dignity of his arc, a young man growing up in the long shadow of war, and finding, however haltingly, his own way forward. And perhaps that is the final message of these post-Trojan tales, that while the heroes crashed and burned in spectacular fashion, stabbed in bathtubs, drowned at sea, cursed by gods, their children carried on. They endured. They inherited not just the chaos, but the slow business of healing, of ruling, of remembering. For myth is not just the story of how wars are won, it is the story of what happens after. The rebuilding, the forgiveness, the inevitable forgetting. Telemachus, and others like him, remind us that every heroic age must end, and when it does, it falls to quieter hands to pick up the pieces. So tonight, let us imagine Telemachus in Ithaca, not the awkward boy scanning the sea for a sail, but the man walking the halls of a repaired palace. The roof mended, the suitors gone. The name of his father still spoken, but no longer clung to. Penelope weaving not in dread, but in peace. The wind outside is gentle, the stars indifferent. And somewhere in the corner, the great bow of Odysseus gathers dust. The age of heroes has ended. The age of men and memory has begun. Let us begin then with a man who was never entirely comfortable being ordinary. Odysseus of Ithaca, son of Laertes and Anticlea, husband to Penelope, father to Telemachus, and a fellow whom even the gods could not quite agree upon. Some called him cunning, others crafty, and more than a few used less polite terms. But in Homer's Odyssey, he is introduced with the word polytropos, a wonderfully Greek term that can mean of many twists and turns. This is fitting, not only because he would later endure the longest, twistiest journey home imaginable, but because his personality itself bent in every direction. A man of strategies, improvisations, disguises, and, occasionally, downright fibs. If there was ever a fellow who could talk his way out of a sticky situation, or indeed talk himself into one, it was Odysseus. Now, Ithaca itself was not much to look at compared with the sprawling kingdoms of the mainland. It was a rugged island, rocky, windswept, perched in the Ionian Sea. Travellers from elsewhere might have sneered that it was hardly worth ruling at all. Yet for Odysseus, it was everything. His home, his inheritance, his kingdom. The Greeks, like many ancient peoples, didn't measure wealth merely in gold or luxuries, but in the land one ruled and the household one maintained. Ithaca's soil might have been stubborn, but it grew enough olives and grapes to keep its king fed, and its hills provided the goats and sheep that formed the backbone of Greek subsistence. What made Odysseus remarkable, though, was not Ithaca's landscape, but his mind. In the stories, he was not a hulking warrior like Ajax, nor a demigod like Heracles. Instead, he became legendary because he thought differently. Ancient Greeks valued this trait immensely, even as they mistrusted it. The word metis, cunning intelligence, was seen as both admirable and dangerous. A society built on honour and straightforward courage did not always know what to do with a man who preferred trickery to brute force. Yet time and again, Odysseus proved that sometimes a trick outlasts a spear. To understand him, it is useful to imagine the world in which he lived, the late Bronze Age Aegean, roughly the 12th century BCE, a time when powerful palatial centres dotted Greece, Mycenae, Pylos, Tiryns, Thebes, and traded with Egypt, Anatolia, and beyond. Ships crisscrossed the Mediterranean, carrying copper, tin, amber, and textiles. Warfare was brutal, often little more than raiding and burning. To survive, one needed not only strong arms, but also sharp wits. It is no surprise, then, that Odysseus came to embody the ideal of the clever survivor. There is a curious tale about his youth that already reveals his character. When he was still a young man, his grandfather Autolycus, notorious for being something of a con man himself, gave him the name Odysseus, which can mean the one who causes pain or the hated one. A charming family tradition, to be sure. The Greeks, you see, often believed names carried destiny, and in Odysseus's case, the meaning was prophetic. He caused pain to others, yes, but he also suffered it in abundance. One might say it was truth in advertising. Despite this ominous beginning, he built a life that appeared enviable. He married Penelope, a woman as clever as he, though considerably more patient. While Odysseus would spend decades wandering, Penelope's test of endurance was subtler, resisting 100 greedy suitors while keeping the household intact. Together, they had a son, Telemachus, who was still an infant when the drums of war began to beat. Ah, yes, the Trojan War. It is here that Odysseus's reputation truly took root. But before we rush off to Troy, let us linger on the fact that Odysseus never really wanted to go. Unlike Achilles, who sought glory, or Agamemnon, who sought power, Odysseus wanted to stay home. He enjoyed his hearth, his wife, and his quiet kingdom. When the Greek leaders gathered to march against Troy, Odysseus famously tried to avoid the summons. According to legend, he pretended to be mad, ploughing his field with an ox and a donkey yoked together, an absurd combination, and sowing salt instead of seed. A clever ruse, though perhaps not his finest. Unfortunately for him, Palamedes, another sharp-minded Greek, suspected the trick. To test Odysseus's sanity, Palamedes placed baby Telemachus in front of the plough. Odysseus, unwilling to kill his son, swerved aside, and his feigned madness was revealed. And so, reluctantly, he was bound for Troy. This episode tells us much about his character. Unlike many Greek heroes, Odysseus was not driven by blind passion or by the lure of Kleos, immortal fame, though he would later receive it. Instead, he was practical. He valued life at home over glory abroad, family over conquest. Yet he was also bound by the cultural web of obligation. The Greeks had sworn an oath years earlier to defend the marriage of Helen, the woman whose abduction by Paris sparked the war. Honour demanded that Odysseus join, no matter his personal preference. Now, as narrator, I must pause and note that much of this may be more myth than history. Scholars continue to debate whether the Trojan War was an actual conflict or a poetic exaggeration of smaller skirmishes. Excavations at Hisarlik, in modern-day Turkey, thought to be the site of ancient Troy, reveal evidence of destruction layers around 1200 BCE. There was indeed a city, and it likely did fall violently more than once. Whether it was destroyed because of a runaway queen with a fondness for handsome Trojans, however, is a separate matter. But the Greeks, ever fond of storytelling, elevated the event into a myth of destiny, and in those stories Odysseus played a central role. His reputation grew throughout the war, not because he was strongest, but because he was indispensable. When Achilles sulked in his tent, Odysseus was the one who went to persuade him back to the battlefield. When the Greeks squabbled, Odysseus often acted as the diplomat. He was not above a bit of deception either, once sneaking into Troy disguised as a beggar to gather intelligence. One might call him the original spy, though perhaps without the tuxedo and martini. It is important to recognize how the ancient audience viewed such behavior. To the Greeks, heroes like Achilles embodied beer, force, and sheer physical dominance. Odysseus, on the other hand, embodied metis, cunning intelligence, resourcefulness, adaptability. These two qualities were often seen in tension, but also as complementary. In fact, the gods themselves reflected this dichotomy. Athena, who became Odysseus's patron, was the goddess of wisdom and strategy, while Ares represented raw, often reckless violence. That Odysseus found favour with Athena is no accident. They were kindred spirits, both preferring brains over brawn. In this way, Chapter 1 of our tale establishes the central theme. Odysseus as the man of many turns, the mortal who survives not by being invincible, but by being clever. He begins as a man reluctant to leave home, thrust into a world of war and obligation, and soon to become the most famous wanderer in myth. Already we see the seeds of his fate. The gods will both aid him and hinder him, mortals will both admire and mistrust him, and through it all he will rely on that peculiar blend of quick wit and stubborn endurance. If you close your eyes now, you might almost picture him, standing on the shores of Ithaca, gazing out over the grey, wine-dark sea, knowing that his life would never again be simple. His mind, forever calculating, was already churning with schemes and strategies. He was about to embark on a journey that would test not only his body, but his very identity. And so, the man of many turns takes his first step into legend. And with that, dear listener, let us end this first chapter. For if Odysseus is anything, he is patient. He waited 20 years to return home. Surely we can wait until the next chapter to see how he fares, once war and gods take hold of his fate. The Trojan War is one of those stories that has been told so often, so widely, and in so many variations, that it is sometimes difficult to know where myth ends and history begins. Was it a single war at all? Or was it a long memory of many raids condensed into one dazzling tale? Scholars still debate it. But for the Greeks of Homer's time, it was no mere squabble. It was the defining conflict of an age, the stage upon which gods and mortals mingled, and where Odysseus, much against his own will, would carve out his legend. The war, as you likely know, began with a beauty contest. Yes, it does sound faintly ridiculous, but the Greeks had a talent for turning seemingly trivial quarrels into cosmic upheaval. The story goes that Eris, goddess of strife, who incidentally was never invited to parties for very good reasons, tossed a golden apple among the guests at the wedding of Peleus and Thetis. Upon the apple were the words "to the fairest." Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately claimed it. To settle the dispute, they selected Paris, a Trojan prince of dubious judgment, as judge. Each goddess attempted to bribe him. Hera promised political power. Athena promised wisdom and victory in battle. And Aphrodite promised the love of the most beautiful woman alive. Paris, with the impeccable foresight of a young man led by his hormones, chose Aphrodite. The trouble, of course, was that the most beautiful woman alive, Helen of Sparta, was already married to Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon. Paris carried her off, willingly or otherwise depending on which poet you prefer, and suddenly 1,000 ships were being launched across the Aegean. The Greeks rallied under Agamemnon's command, bound by the famous oath sworn years earlier when Helen first married. Every suitor of Helen had agreed that if ever she were taken, they would all come to her husband's aid. Honour, you see, is a dangerous glue. Once it sticks, it can drag everyone into catastrophe. Now, where does Odysseus enter this grand pageant of egos, gods, and questionable decisions? As I mentioned before, he wanted no part of it. He valued Penelope and his infant son above the quarrels of kings. But the oath bound him as well, and once Palamedes exposed his feigned madness, there was no escape. And so Odysseus prepared to leave his rocky Ithaca for the long, uncertain war at Troy. When the Greek armies gathered at Aulis, Odysseus quickly proved himself indispensable. He was not, by all accounts, the most charismatic commander. Agamemnon wore that dubious crown, but he had a gift for strategy and diplomacy. The Greeks were a fractious lot, each leader stubborn, proud, and not terribly inclined to follow another's orders. Odysseus often served as the voice of reason, persuading quarrelsome kings to work together. One can almost imagine him sighing, perhaps rubbing his temples, as yet another heroic hothead demanded his way. But the gods were watching. They always were in these stories, and they had their favourites. Athena, as mentioned, looked kindly on Odysseus, admiring his cleverness. Poseidon, however, would later take a rather dim view of him. Hera and Aphrodite had their own concerns, bickering endlessly, while Zeus occasionally stirred the pot for his own amusement. One might be forgiven for thinking that the Trojan War was less about mortals fighting, and more about divine politics spilling over onto Earth. Before battle was joined, there was a curious incident that highlights Odysseus's role. The Greeks learned from a prophecy that the war could not be won without the participation of Achilles. The young warrior, whose mother Thetis had dipped him in the river Styx, making him nearly invulnerable. Achilles, however, was hidden away by his mother, disguised as a girl among the daughters of a king. She hoped to keep him far from the dangers of war. Who then was sent to uncover him? Odysseus, of course. He arrived at the court, laid out gifts before the maidens, fine clothing, jewellery, and one curious addition: weapons. As the young women admired the fabrics, one figure could not resist seizing a sword and shield. That naturally was Achilles. Odysseus's trick worked, and thus the greatest warrior of the Greeks was recruited. Already we see a pattern. Again and again during the war, Odysseus played the role of the clever catalyst, the one who devised the schemes that enabled the Greeks to move forward. Without him, many of the pivotal events of the Trojan War might never have happened. He was less the boulder charging down the hill, more the lever shifting the mountain. The war itself, according to Homer and others, lasted 10 years. The poets tended to skip over much of the dreary fighting, preferring instead to focus on the grand personalities and the divine interventions. Odysseus featured prominently in several episodes. In the Iliad, we see him act as diplomat when Agamemnon and Achilles quarrel. When Achilles withdraws from battle, sulking in his tent, Odysseus is among those sent to persuade him back. The attempt fails, but the role is telling. He was the negotiator, the man trusted to reason with the unreasonable. There is also the story of the bow. Philoctetes, a Greek hero, possessed the bow of Heracles, an essential weapon according to prophecy. Yet Philoctetes had been abandoned on an island early in the war, stricken by a foul wound, an unbearable stench. Years later, the Greeks realized they needed him. Who could persuade him to return after such betrayal? Odysseus again. His mission was not without controversy. Some versions say he deceived Philoctetes, others that he persuaded him honestly. Either way, he secured the bow, fulfilling another thread of destiny. This combination of trickery and diplomacy reveals why Odysseus fascinated the Greeks. He was not straightforward. He could be manipulative, even ruthless. Yet he was also necessary. In an age when warlords prized brute force, he represented the power of intellect, for better or worse. And though the Greeks admired him, they also feared him. Clever men, after all, are unpredictable. As the war dragged on, Odysseus fought bravely when needed. Homer does not deny him courage, but his true fame lay in his mind. The culmination of this came, of course, with the Trojan horse. By the 10th year, the Greeks were weary. Troy's walls seemed unassailable. Direct assault had failed countless times. And so Odysseus proposed something radical. Build a giant wooden horse, hollow inside, large enough to conceal soldiers. Leave it at Troy's gates and pretend to sail away. The Trojans, he reasoned, would drag it inside as a trophy. Now, one must admire the audacity. Ancient audiences certainly did. The trick worked too well. The Trojans celebrated, feasted, and dragged the horse into the city. By night, Odysseus and his hidden companions emerged, opened the gates, and Troy was doomed. The city burned, its people slaughtered or enslaved. The Greeks had won, and Odysseus had ensured his name would never be forgotten. Yet, and here is the twist, such cunning came at a price. The gods, you see, are not fond of mortals who appear too clever for their own good. The Greeks had already angered Athena by desecrating her temples. And Odysseus, in particular, drew the ire of Poseidon, whose son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, he would later blind. But even before that fateful encounter, his trick with the horse left a mark. He had defeated Troy not with heroism, but with deception. Some admired it. Others whispered that it was dishonourable. And so, as the Greeks sailed away from the smouldering ruins of Troy, they carried both victory and doom. For while Achilles had died in glory, and Agamemnon would return to meet his tragic end, Odysseus's fate was stranger still. His war was over, but his true story had barely begun. The gods were watching, the sea awaited, and the man of many turns would soon find that returning home could be more difficult than taking an enemy city. Pause a moment and imagine him then, standing on the deck of a ship, the smoke of Troy fading behind him. Ithaca somewhere far across the horizon. He must have thought, as any weary soldier would, that his troubles were nearly done. Little did he know the real adventure had just begun. When we think of Odysseus, one image tends to rise above all others: the great wooden horse standing before the gates of Troy. It has become almost synonymous with cleverness itself. Even today, we use the term Trojan horse to describe a cunning ruse that sneaks danger inside under the guise of a gift. Though these days it tends to involve computer viruses rather than Greek soldiers. But in the original story, this was Odysseus's crowning invention, the stratagem that ended a decade-long war. By the 10th year of the Trojan War, both sides were exhausted. The Greeks had burned the surrounding countryside, raided villages, and fought countless duels, but Troy's walls remained unbroken. Those walls, incidentally, were said to have been built by the gods themselves, Poseidon and Apollo, when they were briefly punished to serve King Laomedon of Troy. Whether that's true or just a piece of mythological marketing, it gave the impression that the city was impregnable. And indeed, despite all the might of Mycenaean warriors, the city stood firm. The Greeks were growing restless. Their ships had been away from home for years. Supplies dwindled, tempers flared, and morale sagged. Some heroes had already met their fates. Achilles struck down by Paris, Ajax the Greater dead, and countless others gone. To besiege a city for 10 years in the Bronze Age was no small feat. One imagines lice, bad food, and an awful lot of shouting matches. Odysseus, practical as ever, realised that brute force would no longer suffice. If Troy could not be taken from without, it must be taken from within. Here enters the idea of the horse. Now the Greeks loved their horses. Chariots were symbols of prestige, and cavalry, while not decisive in Greek warfare, was associated with nobility. To present a great wooden horse as an offering would appeal to Trojan pride. Some ancient sources even suggest that horses were sacred to Poseidon, making the gift appear doubly significant. The plan, then, was simple in conception but audacious in execution. Build a colossal horse, hollow it out, hide soldiers inside, and leave it as if it were a dedication to the gods. The Greeks would pretend to abandon the siege, sailing out of sight, while the Trojans, in their relief, would drag the trophy into their city. Of course, a plan like this raises practical questions. How large was this horse? How many men could it conceal? Ancient poets are delightfully inconsistent on this matter. Virgil, writing centuries later in the Aeneid, has the horse bristling with armed warriors, practically an entire battalion. Homer, in the Odyssey, is vaguer. Archaeologists, ever practical, point out that constructing such a structure out of Bronze Age timber would have been a formidable engineering task. Yet, as with all myths, the point is not logistics but symbolism. The horse was a deception embodied, a gift hiding destruction, a reversal of expectations. There is even a theory among historians that the horse may not have been literal at all. Some suggest it could have been a poetic metaphor for a siege engine, perhaps a battering ram or a mobile tower, that allowed the Greeks to breach the walls. Others argue it might recall an earthquake, since Poseidon was both god of horses and of tremors, and the city's fall could have been poetically attributed to his horse. But the Greeks themselves, when they told the story, delighted in the sheer theatricality of the ruse. It was not enough for Troy to fall. It had to fall with a twist worthy of Odysseus. And so the horse was built. The craftsman, led by Epeius, shaped its massive frame. Into its belly climbed Odysseus and his chosen companions, heroes like Menelaus, Diomedes, and perhaps even Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles. They armed themselves and waited in darkness, surrounded by the creak of wood and the smell of pitch. Outside, the Greek army pretended to sail away, though in truth they lurked just beyond sight, ready to return at a signal. The Trojans, upon discovering the deserted camp and the horse, reacted in predictable confusion. What was this enormous thing? A gift? A trap? A monument to Greek desperation? Opinions varied. Laocoon, a Trojan priest, famously warned, "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts." He urged the Trojans to burn the horse, to smash it to pieces, to distrust anything left by the enemy. It was excellent advice, and had they listened, this story would be considerably shorter. Unfortunately for Laocoon, the gods had other plans. According to the tale, 2 serpents emerged from the sea and strangled Laocoon and his sons. The Trojans, horrified, interpreted this as a divine sign. Clearly the horse was sacred, and Laocoon had offended the gods by urging its destruction. Such is the dangerous logic of myth. Ignore the practical warning, heed the ominous spectacle. Thus convinced, The Trojans dragged the horse into the city with ropes, rejoicing that the long war was finally over. That night, Troy celebrated. Fires blazed, wine flowed, and laughter echoed through streets that had known only fear and siege for a decade. While the Trojans slept, oblivious in their triumph, the hollow belly of the horse stirred. Odysseus and his companions emerged silently, their armour glinting in the torchlight. They opened the gates, and the Greek army, who had returned under cover of darkness, poured in. Troy was undone, the city burned. Priam, the aged king, was slaughtered at his altar. Women and children were taken captive. Cassandra, the prophetess cursed never to be believed, was dragged from the temple of Athena. Aeneas, in later Roman tradition, fled with his household to found a new destiny in Italy. But for the Greeks, the victory was total. The war was won. And Odysseus, though not the only architect of destruction, was forever linked with the cunning horse that brought the mighty city down. Now, let us step back and consider the symbolism. To the Greeks, Odysseus's trick represented the triumph of intelligence over brute strength. For 10 years, armies had battered against Troy to no avail. Yet in a single night of guile, the walls fell. It was a lesson, both inspiring and unsettling. Admire cleverness, yes, but beware it too. After all, the Trojans had welcomed what seemed a gift, and it destroyed them. The story became a cultural warning. Appearances deceive, and sometimes the most beautiful offering hides ruin inside. For Odysseus himself, the horse marked both his greatest success and the beginning of his greatest troubles. The gods, as always, were watching. Poseidon, whose association with horses made the ruse particularly audacious, did not take kindly to mortals using such symbols to deceive. And Athena, though she admired Odysseus, was angered by the desecrations that followed Troy's fall. The Greeks had not shown proper reverence, and divine retribution was brewing. One might say that while the horse ended one journey, it launched another. Odysseus's long, harrowing voyage home. It is also worth remembering that not all Greeks approved of Odysseus's methods. In some versions, Ajax the Lesser sneered at the trick, considering it unworthy of true warriors. The tension between straightforward heroism and cunning strategy runs throughout Greek literature. Yet time and again, Odysseus proves that in a world governed by both men and gods, a sharp mind is often the most dangerous weapon. Picture him then, as dawn broke over the smoking ruins of Troy. Amidst the cries of the vanquished and the triumph of the victors, Odysseus must have felt a swell of satisfaction. His idea had worked. The war was finished. Soon, surely, he would return to Penelope and Ithaca, to the quiet life he had always preferred. But if he allowed himself that comforting thought, it was premature. For even as the ashes cooled, the gods were plotting, the sea was stirring, and Odysseus's true Odyssey was only beginning. It is one of life's small ironies that Odysseus, who had survived 10 years of war at Troy, was undone not by swords or spears, but by his own tongue. It wasn't an arrow that delayed him, nor the cunning of enemies, but rather the impulse to shout his name into the wind, like a man posting on social media after winning a minor argument. Pride, in the world of Greek myth, is a dangerous business. And when one's pride collides with the dignity of the gods, the results are rarely pleasant. Let us begin by remembering who Poseidon was. To the ancient Greeks, Poseidon was not a gentle seaside deity, presiding over holiday paddles and seashell collections. He was the shaker of the earth, the god whose temper sent walls tumbling, whose trident could raise islands from the sea or swallow them whole. Fishermen, traders, and soldiers depended on the sea for survival, yet they feared it too. The sea was life and death in equal measure. In Poseidon, that duality was personified. To fall foul of him was no small misstep. It was rather like irritating the weather itself. Now, Odysseus had already participated in a number of small impieties during the sack of Troy, as had many Greeks. The looting of temples, the dragging of statues into the dirt, the violation of sacred spaces. These were things the gods never forgot. Athena herself, once a loyal patron of the Greeks, grew cold with disapproval. But none of that compared to what was about to unfold with Polyphemus, Poseidon's own son. The tale of the Cyclops begins with landfall on a curious island. Imagine Odysseus and his weary sailors, battered by storms, gazing at a shoreline of rolling hills and caves cut deep into rock. These caves, as it happened, were not carved by human hands, but claimed by the Cyclopes, a race of giant shepherds. They had no ships, no agriculture, and no councils. Homer describes them as lawless, not in the sense of wickedness, but in the sense of isolation. Each man ruled his own household, and no one gave heed to neighbours. Civilization, in the Greek sense, did not touch them. For the Greeks, hospitality, or xenia, was sacred. A host was expected to welcome strangers, provide food and drink, and send them on their way with gifts. The guest, in turn, was expected to be respectful. This system was more than courtesy. It was bound up with religion. For Zeus himself was patron of strangers and travellers. To violate hospitality was to offend Olympus. Thus, when Odysseus and his men wandered into Polyphemus's cave and helped themselves to cheese and milk, they were testing the very boundaries of what was acceptable. Polyphemus, returning home, was not impressed. A giant of a man, or rather, a man in shape, but not in civility, he rolled a stone across the entrance that only he could move. Then, with no hesitation, he snatched up two of Odysseus's companions and devoured them raw. Homer is graphic here, as though to emphasize the sheer horror of lawlessness. To the Greek ear, Polyphemus was not just a monster, but an anti-citizen, one who knew nothing of laws, councils, or proper respect. Trapped in the cave, Odysseus faced a dilemma. Violence was useless, for the stone at the entrance required strength beyond mortal measure. Escape seemed impossible, and so he turned, as always, to cunning. Producing a skin of strong wine, a gift from earlier travels, he offered it to Polyphemus. The Cyclops, unused to such potent drink, consumed it greedily. His single eye drooped, his head swayed. When asked his name, Odysseus replied with calculated mischief, "Nobody." And so, when the sharpened stake was driven into Polyphemus's eye, and the giant roared in agony, calling his neighbours for aid, they asked who was harming him. "Nobody!" he screamed. And satisfied that he was suffering from some divine illness rather than mortal attack, they left him to his misery. The escape was another masterpiece of cunning. Odysseus tied his men beneath the bellies of sheep, so that when Polyphemus, blind, felt along their woolly backs as they left the cave, he never noticed the men clinging underneath. It was, one must admit, both ingenious and slightly undignified. Heroes in Greek myth are not always graceful in their triumphs. At this point, the story might have ended well. They had escaped a grisly death, fooled a giant, and reached the safety of their ships. But Odysseus, unable to resist the temptation, shouted back across the water. He mocked Polyphemus, taunted him, and most fatally revealed his name and lineage. "Tell them it was Odysseus of Ithaca who blinded you," he boasted. Polyphemus then lifted his arms to the sky and prayed to his father Poseidon. It was a simple prayer, but devastating, that Odysseus might never reach home, or if fated to do so, that he should come late, alone, in misery, to find sorrow waiting. Poseidon heard, and thus the die was cast. From this point forward, every storm, every detour, every misfortune at sea was tinged with Poseidon's anger. One might view the Odyssey as a series of unfortunate accidents, but Homer makes it clear these were not accidents. They were the steady hand of a god offended, guiding the winds and waves to thwart a mortal. Historically, this story reflects something deeper about Greek life. To the Greeks, the sea was at once highway and hazard. Traders depended upon it, colonists spread across it, and soldiers sailed upon it to wage wars. Yet the sea was fickle. A journey meant for a week might take months. Pirates lurked in hidden coves. Sudden storms could smash a fleet. Poseidon embodied this unpredictability, and the story of Odysseus gave mythological form to the daily anxiety of sailors. There is also the matter of hubris. The Greeks told such tales not only for entertainment, but as cautionary parables. Odysseus's mistake was not the blinding of Polyphemus. After all, survival justified cunning. His mistake was in boasting afterwards, in placing his pride above his safety. To insult a mortal enemy is foolish enough. To insult a god's child is reckless beyond measure. As Odysseus's ship sailed away, the waves grew restless. One can almost imagine the scene, the men rowing hard, glancing nervously at the horizon, while Odysseus stands tall, defiant, still calling taunts into the wind. And somewhere beneath the waves, Poseidon stirs, hearing his son's prayer. The god does not appear in dramatic lightning or thunder, as Zeus might. Instead, his vengeance is quieter, drawn out, not the blow of a sword, but the endless wearing down of patience, hope, and strength. In this way, Poseidon is unlike other gods. Ares brings sudden violence. Apollo sends plague. Hera unleashes storms of jealousy. But Poseidon prefers the slow grind, the long attrition. His revenge was not to strike Odysseus dead on the spot, but to ensure that every step of his journey would be delayed, twisted, and poisoned with sorrow. The Greeks, listening to this tale around the hearth, would have nodded knowingly. They too had been delayed by sudden winds. They too had cursed the sea as their little ships were tossed about like leaves. The myth of Odysseus was not just about one man's misfortune. It was a mirror of every sailor's dread. And so, Odysseus became not only a warrior, but the archetypal wanderer, the man who struggles against the currents of fate and the hostility of the divine. Without Poseidon's wrath, he might have been a clever king with a modest legend. With it, he became a figure of enduring fascination, a symbol of resilience against forces greater than oneself. Picture him now, at the prow of his ship, gazing into the distance. Behind him men whisper nervously. Ahead, the horizon is blank. The sea heaves beneath them, restless, alive. Every wave might conceal a blessing or a curse. Every gust of wind might bring them closer to Ithaca, or hurl them leagues away. Such was the gift Poseidon gave his son Polyphemus. Not immediate vengeance, but the long torment of endless wandering. And so, the story of Odysseus, from this moment on, is shadowed by the sea god's anger. Each new landfall, each new trial, can be traced back to that moment of pride outside the Cyclops' cave. For once, a god has fixed his gaze upon a mortal. There is no easy escape, only endurance. It is said that temptation is the true test of a man, and Odysseus, poor fellow, never lacked for it. If the Trojan War proved his courage, and the Cyclops proved his cunning, then the long years that followed would test his endurance against softer, subtler forces, those that came not with spears and roars, but with gentle hands, sweet fruit, and whispers of forgetfulness. The first such trial came with the Lotus Eaters. Now, on the surface, the story seems almost laughably simple. Odysseus and his men land on a strange shore, encounter friendly locals who offer them fruit, and those who eat it promptly forget everything else. It sounds like a cautionary tale about sampling unfamiliar cuisine while abroad, but beneath the surface lies something much deeper, a meditation on memory, identity, and the human need for purpose. Let us set the scene. Imagine the weary ships of Odysseus gliding into a tranquil bay. The sun is warm, the air fragrant, the waves gentle. After storms and terrors, after the howling of Cyclopes, this place seems paradise. The inhabitants, described vaguely by Homer, are not hostile warriors but peaceful folk, living on the fruit of the lotus plant. They do not threaten the Greeks with swords. Rather, they welcome them with food. It is the softest kind of danger, the sort that seduces rather than strikes. The lotus fruit, according to Homer, had the peculiar property of making one forget home. To eat it was to lose all desire to return, to drift into contented apathy. No hunger, no ambition, no longing, just a pleasant stupor. To a Greek audience, this was terrifying. For the essence of Greek identity lay in one's obligations, to family, to household, to city, to gods. To abandon those was to cease being truly human. Here, Odysseus' role as leader is revealed in a new light. When his men tasted the fruit and begged to remain, he did not join them. He did not scold them either. Instead, with a mixture of firmness and compassion, he dragged them bodily back to the ships and bound them to the benches until the intoxicating spell wore off. It was not cruelty, it was protection. He knew that to surrender to forgetfulness was to lose themselves entirely. Historically, scholars have puzzled over the lotus plant. Some suggest it may have been a reference to the date palm, others to a type of jujube fruit, or even a kind of narcotic herb. Whatever the real inspiration, the meaning is clear. It symbolized escape through forgetfulness, a temptation as dangerous as any spear. In the wider cultural sense, this episode speaks volumes. The Greeks valued memory. Their epics were sung, their histories recited, their genealogies traced carefully. To forget one's past, to abandon the struggle for glory or return, was unthinkable. Even in death, heroes sought remembrance, for to be forgotten was a second death. Thus, the Lotus Eaters represented not merely laziness, but the erasure of self. One can almost hear the drowsy voices of the sailors. Why return to Ithaca? Why endure storms, monsters, and the anger of Poseidon? Here, the sun is warm, the fruit sweet, the days easy. Why suffer when one can drift? And Odysseus, shaking his head, must have thought of Penelope weaving by her loom, of Telemachus growing into manhood, of Ithaca's rocky hills waiting for his tread. He could not yield, not even to this soft oblivion. It is striking, too, that Homer placed this story early in the wanderings. Perhaps he wished to remind his listeners that the real challenge of life is not always in battle, but in resisting the gentle slide into forgetfulness. Most of us will not fight cyclopes or outwit sorceresses, but many of us know the pull of distractions that tempt us to forget our duties. The lotus is, in its way, timeless. But Odysseus's voyage was not a straight path, and the lotus was only one of many snares. After leaving that land, his men still shaken, he would face temptations of other kinds, not the fruit of a plant, but the enchantments of goddesses. Take, for instance, the island of Circe, which he would reach a little later. Circe was no mere hostess with odd fruit. She was a sorceress, a daughter of Helios, skilled in herbs and charms. When Odysseus's men wandered into her halls, she welcomed them with food and wine, only to transform them into swine with a wave of her wand. One might say it was the very opposite of the lotus, not forgetfulness, but bestiality, stripping men not of memory but of their humanity itself. And yet, even here, Odysseus prevailed, aided by Hermes, who gave him the herb moly to resist her magic. With his sword drawn, he compelled Circe to restore his men and swear no further harm. But what followed is curious. He did not leave at once. Instead, he and his men remained for a full year, feasting, resting, and, dare one say, enjoying themselves rather more than was strictly necessary. Here lies another layer of temptation: comfort. After years of hardship, who would not wish to pause, to linger in warmth and pleasure? But once again, it was Odysseus who reminded his men, and perhaps himself, that their true goal was not endless banquets, but home. He urged them on, though Circe herself tried to delay them. If the lotus represented forgetfulness, and Circe's island represented indulgence, then Calypso's cave, encountered later, was the ultimate test. For Calypso, a nymph of the sea, fell in love with Odysseus, and offered him immortality if he would remain with her. Imagine that. No more storms, no more dangers, no more decay. To live forever, beloved of a goddess, free from suffering. Many mortals would have seized it gladly. And yet Odysseus longed for home. He longed not for eternal bliss, but for Ithaca, for Penelope's quiet strength, for the familiar stones of his hearth, for the mortality that was his. For in Greek thought, immortality was not always a blessing. To live forever without one's true place, one's true identity, was no life at all. Thus, across these episodes, we see a pattern. Odysseus is tempted again and again, not only by monsters and storms, but by the desire to forget, to yield, to settle for ease. And each time he resists, sometimes with cunning, sometimes with sheer will. It is this that makes him heroic in the Greek sense. Not perfect, not without fault, but steadfast in clinging to his identity, his duty, his longing for home. And what of his men? They were less steadfast. Again and again they faltered, eating the lotus, succumbing to Circe, slaughtering the cattle of Helios. In them we see the frailty of mortals, in Odysseus the determination of one man. It is little wonder that, in the end, he alone returned. One can almost imagine Homer's audience nodding knowingly as they heard these tales. For life itself was full of lotus fruits, chances to drift, to abandon toil, to forget obligations. The farmer might grow weary of ploughing, the soldier of marching, the mother of weaving. But to yield was to abandon one's name, one's place, one's very humanity. Better to endure, to to remember, to strive. So, as Odysseus's ships pulled away from the land of the Lotus Eaters, with groaning men bound to benches to keep them from leaping overboard, one senses the quiet lesson. Memory is survival, and home is worth the struggle. Even in the face of sweetness, one must not forget. And from that tranquil but dangerous shore, they sailed once more into Poseidon's seas, carrying with them not only the memory of temptation resisted, but the heavy knowledge that far greater tests still lay ahead. If Odysseus's wanderings had already felt like a nightmare, storms, cyclopes, and soporific fruit, then his next trial was the stuff of true terror, a journey into the land of the dead. For most men, death marked the end of travel. For Odysseus, it was just another destination on the itinerary. The descent into the underworld is one of the most haunting episodes in the Odyssey, not merely because of the shades he encounters, but because it reveals the Greek imagination of death itself. This was no Christian heaven with harps, nor fiery inferno with pitchforks. The Homeric underworld was a shadowy place, a realm of murmuring spirits, where even the greatest heroes wandered without joy. For a warrior like Achilles to declare he would rather be a servant among the living than a king among the dead spoke volumes. Death was bleak, memory faint, and glory a thin consolation. But before Odysseus could enter this dim land, he had to prepare. It was Circe, that knowledgeable sorceress, who instructed him. After his men had feasted for a year under her roof, as one does when one accidentally overstays a holiday, she told him bluntly that his path home required counsel from the dead. Specifically, he must seek Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes, who retained wisdom even beyond the grave. The journey began with sacrifices. Odysseus and his men sailed to the edge of Oceanus, to that misty boundary where the living world gives way to the shadowy realm. There he dug a trench, poured libations of honey, milk, wine, and water, and sprinkled barley. Then came the darkest part, the sacrifice of black rams, their blood flowing into the trench to summon the shades. In Homer's telling, it is the blood that grants the dead the ability to speak, as if memory itself were restored by the vitality of life. And so they came. First, the spirits of ordinary men and women, a silent crowd pressing forward, eager for a sip of blood to recover speech. Then figures of renown, mothers, warriors, kings. Odysseus, sword in hand, kept them at bay until Tiresias arrived. It is a chilling picture. A living man standing among the dead, surrounded by murmuring shades, his blade flashing in the dim light, the air heavy with the scent of blood and ash. When Tiresias spoke, it was not with comfort but with warning. Odysseus, he said, would indeed reach home, but not easily. Poseidon's wrath still lay heavy upon him. Worse still, if his men harmed the cattle of Helios, the sun god, doom would follow. And when at last he did return, he would find trouble in his own halls. Arrogant suitors feasting at Penelope's table, draining his stores, plotting to claim his throne. The prophet even foretold a strange journey after his return, to wander once more until he carried an oar inland so far that men mistook it for a winnowing fan, a sign that he had appeased Poseidon at last. Only then might he enjoy a peaceful death, old and full of years. This prophecy, solemn and heavy, gave Odysseus not comfort but a sense of inevitability. His path would be long, his trials bitter, but his homecoming certain, provided he resisted temptation and endured. Yet Tiresias was not the only figure to speak. His own mother, Anticlea, came forward, and here the Odyssey strikes deeply human chords. Odysseus had left her alive, but now she was among the dead. When he asked how she died, she replied simply, "Of longing for him." It is a moment of piercing sorrow. Not battlefield wounds, not disease, but grief and waiting that stole her life. For all his cunning and strength, Odysseus could not protect her from that. One almost hears the sigh in the poet's voice. Then came Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek host at Troy, whose fate had been grim indeed. Returning home, he was murdered by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. His words to Odysseus were bitter. "Never trust women," he said, "not even your wife." One imagines Odysseus listening uneasily, thinking of Penelope weaving back in Ithaca. Yet Agamemnon's caution was not entirely misplaced, for in Greek myth, betrayal within the household was a recurring theme, a warning that war's end did not always bring peace. And then came Achilles, the great hero, peerless in battle, who had chosen a short life with glory over a long, obscure one. Now, in the gloom of Hades, he admitted that glory was cold comfort. He would rather serve a poor man alive than rule among the dead. To Homer's audience, this was a striking reversal. The greatest of warriors confessed that death stripped all prizes of meaning. Yet when Odysseus reminded him that his son Neoptolemus fought bravely at Troy, Achilles brightened, proud even in death of his lineage. Memory again provided some balm. One by one, other shades appeared. Ajax, still bitter over the quarrel with Odysseus about Achilles' armour. Heracles, whose labours were legendary. Minos, the judge of souls. Each encounter layered new reflections on mortality, glory, and loss. It is a catalogue not of monsters, but of memory, a roll call of those who fought, who ruled, who loved, and who died. Historically, this episode offers us glimpses into Greek beliefs about death. Unlike later traditions of reward and punishment, Homer's underworld was a place of shadows, where all, noble or base, shared a common fate. There were exceptions: Elysium for a chosen few, eternal torment for figures like Tantalus and Sisyphus. But for the majority, death was simply dimness. The emphasis was not on heaven or hell, but on being remembered among the living. To be sung of by bards, to have one's deeds told at feasts, was to defy the oblivion of Hades. For the storyteller by the hearth, this passage also served another purpose. It linked Odysseus' tale with the larger cycle of Greek myth. By encountering Agamemnon, Achilles, Ajax, and others, Odysseus' story bound itself to the saga of Troy, reminding listeners that all these threads were woven together in one great tapestry of myth. As Odysseus stood among the dead, holding his sword to control the clamouring shades, one cannot help but sense his isolation. He was a living man in a land of the dead, a figure of warmth surrounded by cold. He must have longed for sunlight, for the crash of waves, even for the wearying trials of the sea. And yet he stayed until he heard all he must, until Tiresias' prophecy was secured, until he had spoken to his mother, until he had glimpsed the cost of glory in Achilles' words. Only then did he retreat, fleeing back to the ship, heart heavy, soul thoughtful. When his oarsmen rowed away from that dark shore, I imagine there was silence among them. Men who had fought wars and seen bloodshed now carried memories of the dead pressing close, of voices whispering in the gloom. Perhaps they rowed faster than usual, eager to feel the spray of seawater, eager to smell salt air instead of the stench of blood sacrifices. To have walked briefly in Hades is enough to make even storm-tossed seas feel like a blessing. And so, Odysseus left the underworld behind, but its lessons clung to him. Memory, duty, endurance. These were the themes reinforced in the Land of Shades. For the living, the task was clear: to act so that one's name would be remembered, so that even in Hades, one might find comfort in knowing the bard still sang. As his black ship slipped once more into Poseidon's domain, Odysseus carried not only the weariness of travel, but the weight of prophecy. Ahead lay Scylla and Charybdis, the cattle of the sun, the song of the sirens. Yet behind him, in memory, drifted the pale faces of the dead, a reminder of what awaited all men in the end. If Odysseus's visit to the underworld had shown him the bleak certainty of death, his next leg upon the open sea brought him face to face with something altogether different. The living hazards of temptation and terror, the sort that no funeral dirge could soothe. The Aegean and wider Mediterranean were full of reefs, shifting currents and storms, but the Greek imagination clothed these natural dangers in flesh, feather and fang. And so the myths gave us sirens to embody the lure of knowledge, and monsters like Scylla and Charybdis to dramatise the no-win situation sailors knew all too well. Circe, that dependable font of inconvenient truths, was the one who briefed him on what lay ahead. Having just helped him speak with the dead, she did not sugarcoat matters. In fact, her tone, at least as Homer presents it, is rather matter-of-fact, as though one always prepares houseguests by listing off monsters, whirlpools, and murderous cliffs. She warned Odysseus of three things: the sirens, whose songs no man could resist; Scylla, a six-headed horror that would devour men whole; and Charybdis, the great maw of the sea, a whirlpool capable of swallowing an entire vessel. For a modern listener, one might think, surely this is an exaggeration, the stuff of poetic fancy. But for ancient Greek sailors, these tales reflected lived anxiety. The Mediterranean, though beautiful, was also treacherous. Narrow straits, sudden storms, and strong currents made the sea as much an adversary as a pathway. Myth and reality wove together, and so the voyage of Odysseus became not only entertainment, but instruction, a reminder that the ocean's beauty is matched by its peril. The sirens, those infamous singers, were not fish-tailed mermaids, as later art would suggest, but part woman, part bird creatures, perched upon rocky crags. Their hybrid form echoed Near Eastern motifs of bird women linked with death and enchantment, and their irresistible power lay in their voices. They promised knowledge, not just beauty or love, but total knowledge of the world. For a seafaring people who lived by rumour, memory, and uncertain navigation, such an offer was intoxicating. To know all fates, all events, all histories, who could resist? Odysseus, ever the curious man, certainly could not. But he was also cautious, and Circe's warning still rang in his ears. He ordered his men to plug their ears with beeswax, softening it with their hands and pressing it into place, a sight that must have looked comical if not for the deadly seriousness of the task. Then, with the solemnity of a man preparing for temptation, he instructed them to lash him tightly to the mast, and no matter what he shouted, they were not to untie him. His men obeyed, no doubt, with the faint amusement of soldiers who rarely get to tie up their own commander. As the ship approached, the sirens began their song. Homer wisely does not attempt to give us the tune, for how can mortal poetry capture a sound that enslaves the will? Instead, he records the words. They hailed Odysseus by name, calling him glorious, promising him knowledge of all things under the sun. And Odysseus, true to form, struggled furiously against his bonds, straining to leap overboard, screaming at his crew to release him. They, deaf to his pleas, rowed on with grim determination, eyes fixed ahead. The ropes cut into his flesh as he twisted, but they held, and the ship glided safely past. Only once the music faded into silence did his body slump, spent and trembling against the mast. He had heard the sirens, but survived. The episode became a parable in Greek thought. The sirens embodied not just lust or danger, but the peril of unrestrained curiosity, the hunger for knowledge without discipline. Later philosophers would reinterpret them as symbols of cosmic harmony or deceptive pleasure, while medieval writers turned them into temptresses of the flesh. Yet in Homer's world, their menace was simpler and deeper. They offered wisdom that was not meant for mortals, a vision too powerful to bear. Odysseus alone among men heard their song and lived, but only because he bound himself first. No sooner had his ship escaped this melodious doom than the greater hazard appeared, the dreaded passage between Scylla and Charybdis. Mariners believed this strait, with its violent currents and rocky cliffs, corresponded to the Strait of Messina between Italy and Sicily, a channel notorious for its unpredictability. To sail through it was to face two perils side by side, each capable of destruction. On one side was Charybdis, the whirlpool, imagined as a monstrous mouth in the sea. 3 times a day she sucked down the waters and belched them out again in thunderous surges. Any vessel caught in her pull would be swallowed whole. On the other side crouched Scylla, half hidden in her cliffside cave. From her waist sprang 6 necks, long and snake-like, each ending in a savage head with triple rows of teeth. At a ship's passing, each head would dart out, snatching a sailor into the air and devouring him alive. Circe had advised a cruel pragmatism, better to pass nearer Scylla. She would take 6 men, no more, no less, while Charybdis might swallow all. The logic was sound, but it offered no comfort to a leader who valued his men. Odysseus must have wondered which 6 faces would be lost, which voices would be silenced forever in screams. Yet he had no choice but to steer toward her cliff. The description of the strait is one of Homer's most vivid. The sea roared and seethed, the air shook with the thunder of Charybdis drawing down the waves. Above, jagged rocks jutted like teeth, and the shadows of Scylla's cave loomed. The men rowed hard, muscles straining, sweat pouring, eyes wide with fear. Odysseus, in full armour, gripped his spear, though Circe had warned him it would be useless. Perhaps he hoped by defiance alone to shield his men. And then it came, sudden, merciless. 6 necks lashed out from the cave, 6 gaping jaws seized 6 men. Their screams echoed as they were lifted from the deck, flailing helplessly, calling their comrades' names. In a heartbeat they were gone, devoured before their companions' eyes. Odysseus wept openly, admitting later that it was the most dreadful sight he ever endured. He could do nothing. His cunning, his strength, his leadership were all powerless in that moment. Sometimes even heroes must simply endure. This harrowing passage struck a deep chord with Greek audiences. The sea was their highway, but also their terror, and Scylla and Charybdis gave form to the dangers of narrow straits and unpredictable tides. To this day, the phrase "between Scylla and Charybdis" endures, capturing the essence of being caught between two unavoidable dangers. Ancient vase painters depicted Scylla with serpentine bodies and dog-like heads sprouting grotesquely, while Roman mosaics gave Charybdis a monstrous face in the waves. These images served not just as decoration, but as warnings. The sea was never to be taken lightly. When the ship cleared the strait, the men sat silent, mourning their companions. The grief was heavy, yet so too was relief. They had survived, though diminished. Odysseus, his heart wrung, must have wondered how much more he could lose before he reached home. Ahead lay yet another trial, the island of Helios, with its sacred cattle that Tiresias and Circe had forbidden him to touch. Hunger and despair would soon gnaw at his men more fiercely than any monster. But that was still to come. For now they rode on, leaving behind the echo of screams and the memory of songs too sweet to bear. After surviving monsters and whirlpools, one might think Odysseus and his weary crew had earned a peaceful voyage, perhaps a calm sea and a favourable wind. But Homer, ever the dramatist, knew better. Greek heroes were not permitted to rest until they had been tested in every conceivable way. And so the next trial did not come in the form of a monster rising from the sea, but in something far more subtle and arguably more dangerous: hunger. The ship carried the men to the island of Thrinacia, sacred to Helios, the sun god himself. This island was not just a dot of land in the middle of the sea. In Greek imagination, it was one of those uncanny places where divine and mortal spheres overlapped, where every step risked trespass. Helios, unlike Zeus or Poseidon, was not a god to be taken lightly or ignored. His power was absolute and daily visible. He drove his blazing chariot across the sky, illuminating all beneath him. Nothing escaped his notice, which is rather inconvenient if you're hoping to sneak a bit of supper from his sacred herd. Odysseus had been warned not once but twice about this very island, first by Tiresias in the underworld, then again by Circe when he returned to her shores. Both warnings were explicit. Do not harm the cattle of the sun, no matter how dire the hunger. To do so would invite ruin, for Helios would demand vengeance, and Zeus himself would oblige. It was, in essence, the mythological equivalent of a "do not touch" sign, written in fire and thunder. And yet, as history has repeatedly shown, humans have a terrible habit of testing such signs, particularly when their stomachs are empty. Odysseus, at least, took the warning seriously. As they approached Thrinacia, he solemnly instructed his men to avoid the cattle entirely, reminding them of the fates that befell those who ignored divine warnings. His tone, one imagines, carried the weary exasperation of a man who has seen too much folly already. Yet leadership is not only about giving instructions, it's about keeping men alive long enough to follow them. And this, unfortunately, was where matters went awry. The weather, that most ancient of plot devices, turned against them. Zeus sent a storm that pinned the ship on the island for an entire month. The men built huts, rationed what food they had, and prayed for mercy. But as days became weeks, their supplies dwindled, and the gnawing ache of hunger began to twist their thoughts. Homer is careful here, reminding us that the human body, when deprived of food, can drive even disciplined men to desperation. It is no coincidence that ancient Greek culture regarded hospitality, the giving of food and shelter, as a sacred duty. To deny a man bread was to push him closer to dishonour, even madness. At first, the crew obeyed Odysseus's instructions. They hunted fish, dug for roots, even chewed on what scraps they could gather. But hunger is a relentless persuader. And eventually, while Odysseus wandered inland to pray to the gods for deliverance, or perhaps one might wryly note, to give himself a break from his increasingly irritable men, they conspired against him. Led by Eurylochus, that ever-sceptical voice among the crew, they argued that starving to death was a greater folly than offending the gods. After all, Eurylochus reasoned, better to die quickly at sea under Zeus's thunderbolts than to waste away slowly, gnawing on empty bellies. With grim determination, they slaughtered the cattle of Helios. The moment was not taken lightly, even by the mutinous crew. Homer tells us they performed makeshift rites, attempting to justify their act as a kind of offering. But one suspects this was more about easing their consciences than appeasing Helios. After all, roasting divine cattle is rather difficult to disguise as a sacrifice when one also eats the offering. The smell of roasting beef filled the air, a fragrance both delicious and damning. Odysseus, returning to the shore, was horrified. He knew instantly that the men had doomed themselves. And indeed, Helios, who sees all, saw this as well. Enraged, he stormed to Olympus to demand retribution. The Homeric gods, we must remember, were not abstract forces of morality. They were deeply personal beings, quick to anger, proud of their possessions. Helios's cattle were not just animals, they were symbols of his dominion, his pride, his sacred right. To slay them was to insult the very order of the cosmos. Zeus, ever eager to maintain divine balance, agreed to punish the men. But he bided his time, for the gods often allowed mortals the illusion of safety before striking. For several days the crew feasted joyfully. They ate until they could eat no more, savouring what seemed like a reprieve from death. It is almost comical, in a dark way, to imagine their satisfaction, knowing what storm loomed ahead. One can almost hear Homer's audience chuckle grimly, shaking their heads at the foolishness of men who think they can outwit both hunger and the gods. Then, when the winds finally shifted and the ship sailed once more, Zeus unleashed his vengeance. Black clouds gathered, lightning split the sky, and thunder roared across the waves. The sea itself rose in fury, waves towering and crashing down upon the vessel. A bolt of lightning struck the ship, splintering the mast and tearing the hull apart. Men were thrown into the sea, their cries swallowed by the storm. One by one, they disappeared beneath the waves, until only Odysseus clung to a fragment of timber, tossed about like a leaf in a tempest. The punishment was absolute. Every man who had slaughtered the cattle perished, leaving Odysseus once more utterly alone. The scene underscored one of Homer's most enduring themes, the fragility of human life before divine will. No amount of courage, cleverness, or camaraderie can save those who flout the laws of the gods. In this, the story reflected a wider Greek worldview. The cosmos was not governed by fairness or justice in the modern sense, but by balance and reverence. To break sacred order was to invite disaster, as sure as night follows day. There is a historical resonance here as well. ancient Greek seafarers lived in constant dependence upon forces beyond their control. Winds, tides, storms. Sacrifices to gods like Poseidon and Helios were not empty rituals. They were expressions of both fear and gratitude. The slaughter of the cattle dramatized the ultimate taboo, consuming what belongs to the divine, and the consequences illustrated what happened when human desperation collided with sacred law. And yet, within this grim tale lies a very human note of tragedy. The men did not kill the cattle out of arrogance, as some heroes in Greek myth brought doom upon themselves by hubris. They acted out of hunger, a primal, desperate need. In that sense, their fate seems doubly cruel, reminding us that necessity itself does not absolve one of divine law. The gods demanded obedience even when it seemed impossible. It is little wonder that later Greek philosophers wrestled with such stories, questioning whether the gods were truly just or simply powerful. As Odysseus drifted on the wreckage of his ship, battered and alone, he must have pondered the irony of it all. He had endured cyclopes, sirens, whirlpools, and six-headed monsters, only to lose everything because his men could not resist a meal. His cleverness had saved him time and again, but cleverness could not fill their stomachs. Hunger, it turned out, was as deadly as any spear. The waves carried him onward, away from Thrinacia, away from the smouldering wreckage of his crew's folly. His journey was not yet over, far from it. Ahead still lay the nymph Calypso, who would keep him captive for years, and the final trials of Ithaca itself. But in that moment, clinging to a spar of wood beneath a storm-tossed sky, he was once more the solitary survivor, a man stripped of companions, adrift between gods and fate. The island of Helios faded behind him, its sacred cattle lowing no more. And perhaps, had he the strength to laugh, he might have thought that of all the perils he had faced, none was more dangerous than the appetites of hungry men. The sea has a strange way of alternating between cruelty and kindness. It had swallowed Odysseus's crew whole. It had torn his ship apart with the thunderbolts of Zeus, and it had left him drifting on a broken spar, battered by waves and winds. Yet the same sea that punished also delivered. When Odysseus, skin burned by salt, muscles aching, lips cracked, was finally washed ashore, it was not onto jagged rocks that would dash him to pieces, but onto soft sand, shaded by green groves, where he would find rest. He had reached Ogygia, the island of Calypso, though he did not know it yet. Homer lingers in describing Ogygia, and with good reason. This island is not just a backdrop. It is a character in its own right, a vision of paradise. There were lush meadows blooming with violets and wild parsley, fragrant cedar and cypress trees, birds singing sweetly among the branches. Streams of cool, clear water flowed into one another, trickling down to form a chorus of liquid music. Vines heavy with grapes curled around the entrance of a cavern where Calypso dwelt, their green tendrils catching the sunlight. To the ancient Greeks, whose lives were often marked by harsh terrain, arid soil, and uncertain harvests, such a place must have seemed a dream, an impossible oasis. And there within this paradise lived Calypso, daughter of the Titan Atlas. Her name, the Concealer, is telling, for she was fated to hide Odysseus away from the world. She found him on the shore, half dead and clinging to life, and like many nymphs in Greek myth, she felt an immediate pull toward the wanderer. She nursed him, bathed his wounds, fed him roasted meats and sweet wines, clothed him in fine linen. and she did more than heal him. She fell in love with him. Or perhaps, more accurately, she decided she could not bear to let him leave. What followed is one of the great paradoxes of the Odyssey. For 7 long years, Odysseus remained with Calypso. She offered him not only her affection, but immortality itself. If he would stay by her side, she promised, he would never age, never die, never see his body weakened by time. Imagine such an offer to a man who had survived Troy, who had seen companions cut down in battle, who had wept at the sight of men devoured by monsters. Eternal life in a paradise far removed from war and hunger might have sounded like a gift beyond measure. And yet Odysseus was miserable. Homer gives us an image of him sitting upon the shore each day, gazing out at the horizon, tears streaming down his face. Around him stretched paradise, yet his heart was chained to Ithaca. He longed for Penelope, for Telemachus, for the rough soil of his homeland. This longing is not incidental. It is the very essence of Nostos, homecoming, the central theme of the Odyssey. For the Greeks, to be cut off from one's homeland was the deepest wound of all. Here, Homer's genius shows itself. He reminds us that immortality, far from being an unquestioned blessing, can be a burden. To live forever in paradise without the things that matter most, love, family, the rhythm of a mortal life, is no true life at all. Odysseus preferred the fleeting span of human existence, even with all its hardships, to endless eternity without purpose. In this, he differed from many figures in myth who grasped at immortality. Tithonus, granted eternal life without eternal youth, withered into a shriveled husk. Others sought to become gods, only to be punished for their arrogance. Odysseus, by contrast, chose mortality, and, in doing so, revealed a very Greek wisdom. It is the limits of life that make it meaningful. But Calypso was not merely a captor. She loved him, or at least believed she did, and her island was both cage and sanctuary. One imagines her frustration as Odysseus wept day after day for Ithaca. She had offered him everything she could: food, love, even the defiance of death itself. Yet it was not enough. Love, when it demands surrender of the self, becomes a kind of imprisonment. Calypso's affection concealed as much as it revealed. The gods, too, watched all this unfold, and eventually it was Athena who intervened. She had been Odysseus's champion from the beginning, the goddess of wisdom and cunning who saw in him a kindred spirit. She petitioned Zeus to allow him to return home at last, and Zeus, after due deliberation, agreed. He sent Hermes, the swift messenger, with winged sandals, to carry the decree to Ogygia. Hermes' arrival on Calypso's island is described with characteristic detail. He found her in her cavern, weaving with a golden shuttle, the air around her filled with fragrance. It is an image that emphasizes her domesticity and her divinity alike, a goddess engaged in the timeless labor of women. When Hermes relayed Zeus's order that she must release Odysseus, Calypso was indignant. She accused the gods of hypocrisy, and with good reason. Male gods, she pointed out, were free to take mortal lovers, to father children with impunity, to keep companions as long as they pleased. Yet when a goddess dared to claim a mortal man, she was scolded and commanded to let him go. It was, she argued, a double standard. Her protest is one of the few places in Homer where a divine female voice challenges the inequities of the cosmos. Calypso's words resonate even today, for they reveal an awareness that the rules of the world, even the divine world were written to favour men. Yet for all her protest, she could not defy Zeus. Reluctantly, with wounded pride, she agreed to obey. When she told Odysseus, her tone was half bitter, half resigned. She framed it as her choice, though both knew it was the will of Zeus. Still, she did not hinder him. Instead, she gave him what he needed: tools to fell trees, an axe to shape them, augers to bore holes, and ropes to lash the timbers. With her guidance, Odysseus built a raft strong enough to withstand the sea. She provisioned it with food and drink, clothed him in garments fit for a traveller, and even gave him a favourable breeze at his departure. For a captor, she proved surprisingly generous in farewell. It is worth pausing here to consider what Ogygia represented to Homer's audience. Geographically, it was nowhere, a mythic place, perhaps imagined on the far western reaches of the world, beyond the Pillars of Heracles, where the known Mediterranean ended. Symbolically, it was the very edge of existence, a limbo between life and death, mortality and immortality. For 7 years, Odysseus was suspended there, not dead but not truly alive, caught between worlds. His departure was less an escape than a rebirth, a return to the mortal struggle that defined his existence. There is also a cultural lesson embedded in the tale. Greek sailors venturing beyond familiar waters often imagined islands of wonder at the margins of the sea. These were places where time seemed to stop, where gods mingled with mortals, where one might be trapped in luxury forever. To the Greeks, such places were as much warnings as fantasies. They spoke of the danger of forgetting one's purpose, of losing oneself in comforts that strip away the drive to return. As Odysseus pushed his raft into the sea, we might imagine Calypso standing at the shore watching him go. She remained behind, her love unfulfilled, her paradise once more empty. He carried nothing from Ogygia except the memory of her offer, and his refusal. He had chosen Ithaca over immortality, a decision that marked him as uniquely human, stubbornly loyal to his own mortality. The raft creaked beneath him, the horizon stretched wide, and the sea, as always, waited with new trials. Poseidon, still enraged, had not forgotten him. Ahead lay more storms, more suffering, and the final test of his endurance. But in leaving Ogygia, Odysseus reclaimed something vital: his agency. For 7 years he had been a passive figure, trapped by Calypso's love. Now he was once again the voyager, steering himself, however precariously, toward home. And so the island of Calypso faded into myth, both a paradise and a prison, a reminder that even the most beautiful cage is still a cage. For Odysseus, it was one more trial, one more delay. For us, it is a parable of longing, of the human refusal to accept comfort when it comes at the cost of freedom. In the Odyssey, monsters may terrify and gods may command, but perhaps the greatest danger is forgetting who you are and where you belong. At last, after years of war, wandering, storms, monsters, seductions and losses, the man of twists and turns was nearly home. Odysseus's raft, hastily built with Calypso's guidance, did not carry him far before Poseidon noticed. The sea god, still fuming that Odysseus had blinded his beloved Polyphemus, stirred up a storm so furious it seemed determined to crush not just one man, but the very idea of human resilience. The raft splintered, waves thundered overhead, and Odysseus was tossed like driftwood. And yet, as so often in his tale, just when despair seemed final, help arrived. This time it was Ino, a sea goddess of curious origins, once a mortal woman transformed after a tragic plunge into the waves. She took pity on Odysseus, rising from the surf with her shimmering veil, and advised him to abandon the raft and cling to her divine scarf, which would bear him safely to shore. He hesitated. Odysseus rarely trusted anyone, even gods bearing gifts. But when the mast cracked and the raft broke apart, choice was snatched away. Wrapping Ino's veil about him, he fought through the waves and at last crawled ashore on the island of Scheria, land of the Phaeacians. If Ogygia was timeless paradise, Scheria was civilization perfected, a vision of how the Greeks imagined a prosperous and just society might be. Its king, Alcinous, ruled with fairness, its queen, Arete, was wise and respected, and its people were skilled sailors whose ships moved as swiftly as thought itself. Here Odysseus would find rest, but also the means to complete his journey. Homer lingers lovingly on his reception. Exhausted, naked, salt-encrusted, Odysseus collapsed under an olive bush. In the morning, he was discovered not by warriors or kings, but by Nausicaa, the princess, accompanied by her handmaids. They had come to the river to wash clothes, a detail that reveals much about Greek life, for even royalty was not free from the domestic duties of the household. Nausicaa, unlike many of the women Odysseus had encountered, was both hospitable and modest. She guided him to her father's palace, advising him on how best to win favour with her parents. The palace itself is described in almost architectural ecstasy. Walls gleaming with bronze, doors made of silver and gold, orchards heavy with fruit that never ceased bearing. To the Greeks, such abundance must have seemed near divine, the kind of prosperity that bordered on immortality. And here, at last, Odysseus told his full tale. Up to this point, much of his wanderings had been implied, but now he recounted them in full. The Cyclops, Circe, the Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, Calypso. One imagines the Phaeacians listening, wide-eyed, as though hearing the very blueprint of myth itself. Alcinous, moved by his story, promised to help. The Phaeacians placed Odysseus on one of their magical ships, loaded with treasures, a generosity that would, ironically, doom them. For when Poseidon saw what they had done, he punished them by petrifying the very ship that carried Odysseus, turning it to stone as it entered their harbour. Thus, even kindness to the wanderer had its price. But Odysseus at last set foot upon Ithaca, though not in triumphal fanfare. Athena, ever his ally, cloaked him in mist and disguised him as an old beggar. Why? Because Ithaca was no longer safe. In his absence, suitors had overrun his halls, feasting on his livestock, wooing his wife, plotting to seize his throne. These were not noble rivals, but greedy opportunists, arrogant in their consumption and disrespectful of Xenia, the sacred code of hospitality. To the Greeks, violating Xenia was not merely rude, it was sacrilege, and the suitors had gorged themselves on it for years. So Odysseus crept into his homeland in rags, unrecognized by all but his faithful old dog, Argos. And here, Homer breaks hearts. Argos, once swift and strong, lay neglected on a dung heap, too weak to move. Yet when he heard his master's voice, his ears pricked, his tail gave a feeble wag, and he died, at peace at last, having waited 20 years to see his master return. It is a moment of devastating simplicity, a reminder that loyalty outlives strength. Disguised still, Odysseus sought out allies. He revealed himself to his son, Telemachus, who had grown into a man during his absence. The reunion between father and son is tender but strategic. They weep together, but soon turn to plotting vengeance. With Athena's guidance, they prepare for the reckoning. Penelope, meanwhile, remained the image of patience and wit. For 20 years she had delayed the suitors, weaving by day and unpicking her loom by night, promising to choose a husband once her weaving was complete. It was a clever trick, but even cleverness has limits. Now the suitors pressed harder, demanding she choose. She devised a final contest. Whoever could string Odysseus's great bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads would win her hand. The challenge was nearly impossible. The bow was massive, and only Odysseus had ever wielded it with ease. The day came. One by one, the suitors tried and failed, grunting and straining, the bow refusing their efforts. Then the beggar stepped forward. They laughed, mocked, even scolded Penelope for allowing him a chance. But Odysseus, calm, steady, strung the bow with the ease of a bard tightening his lyre. He notched an arrow, let it fly, and it sang clean through the line of axe heads. In that instant, silence fell, and then fury broke loose. Odysseus revealed himself, his disguise cast aside. Together with Telemachus and a few loyal servants, he slaughtered the shooters in a scene as bloody as any on the plains of Troy. Arrows flew, swords clashed, and bodies piled upon the feasting hall floor. When it ended, the violators of hospitality lay dead, justice meted out by the hand of the long-absent king. Yet even then, reunion was not simple. When Penelope finally faced Odysseus, she did not throw herself into his arms. She was cautious, skeptical. After all, many men had tried to deceive her. So she devised one final test. She ordered a servant to move their marriage bed into another room. At this, Odysseus cried out in protest. The bed could not be moved, for he himself had built it around the trunk of an olive tree, its roots sunk deep into the earth. Only he could know this secret, and with that, Penelope knew beyond doubt that her husband had returned. At last, after 20 years, they embraced. The Odyssey could end there, but Homer lingers. The suitors' families clamoured for revenge, and bloodshed threatened to plunge Ithaca into civil war. Yet Athena, descending in a blaze of divine authority, declared peace. Her word was final, for even vengeance has its limits when the gods demand closure. Thus, with order restored, Odysseus was truly home. What do we make of this ending? It is not the fairy tale resolution one might expect. Odysseus does not return to a throne untouched, but to a land scarred by absence, a family worn by grief, a kingdom unstable. The lesson is not that homecoming erases suffering, but that endurance, wit, and loyalty can survive it. For the Greeks, this was enough. Nostos was not about happy endings, but about the unyielding pull of belonging, the refusal to surrender to exile. The Odyssey closes with Odysseus where he always longed to be, beside Penelope, in his own bed, within his own walls. Yet we sense that his journey never truly ends. Heroes of Greek myth are not allowed quiet retirements. They remain restless, marked by the trials they have endured. For Odysseus, the sea will always whisper, the gods will always watch, and the memory of wandering will always linger. But for one moment at least, he had achieved what seemed impossible. He had come home.